Hello, hello, hello.
Yeah. Namaskar to everyone. Thank you all so much for being here, and thank you so much to the whole Teamwork Arts team for putting this whole festival together. I'm extremely honored to be here today. I will present a morning raga called Rag Dori, and I hope you enjoy it. It's a couple of pieces, and then we'll perform a few other things. And a special thanks to both of my accompanists today for performing with me. Thank you. शरण जाए 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 शरण जा जा रे जा पतंगवा 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 जा जा रे जा
We hope you enjoyed this morning's music. Please give a warm round to Gayatri Kundinya. Could I request that the press all sit down? You're obstructing the way. Please sit down.
thinking, what better way to start the Jaipur Literature Festival than to have Nathulal Solanki, 13th generation Nagara player from Pushkar, and most importantly with him, the women who've played. Normally they've been kept out of this tradition, but thank you Nathulal ji for being so inclusive. Honorable Chief Minister of Rajasthan, Vasundhara Raje Scindia, Member of Parliament, Mr. Bora, honored Chief Guest, Margaret Atwood, Puneet and Shreyasi Goenka, General Sahani, all our authors who've gathered here from so many different countries, each of you who've traveled from across the world in India to be here at the inauguration. On behalf of Namita Gokhale, William Dalrymple, and my colleagues at Teamwork, we'd like to welcome you here to the 9th Zee Jaipur Literature Festival. This past year, the festival has traveled to different parts of the world. It's found a home at London, at the South Bank, and it traveled way across, as they say, the pond, to find a new home at Boulder, Colorado. It's been an amazing journey that a festival so young has been able to achieve so much. Many people say to us, how have you got to where you've got? And we keep saying that this is an equal measure to a number of wonderful accidents. The first, that it is held here in Jaipur, Rajasthan, where were you to drive through this magnificent state, you will encounter around every corner a fort, a palace, perhaps a tiger, wonderful birds, incredible itinerant musicians, and the incredible craft and art and culture that this particular desert state is known for. So thank you, Rajasthan. To the city of Jaipur that has embraced this festival, that calls its festival its own, the people from every walk of life flock here year after year, from the person who drives the scooter out on the street to the person who sells mumfali. Everybody feels that this is their festival, and we acknowledge that with deep gratitude. Thank you. To our hosts, Jyotika and Ram Pratap, and their wonderful home, Diggy Palace, which each year seems to expand almost automatically to include so many more thousands of people. We began 9 years ago at the Darbar Hall, 250 of us. The Chief Minister then remembered that we could hardly squeeze our way in there. Today, we get over 270,000 people over the 5 days, and each year, this particular space tends to expand, and they welcome us not just into their home, but into their hearts and their souls. So thank you very much. To our wonderful directors, Namita and William, who bring together the most incredible minds from across the continents. This year, you will hear about 400 speakers, both here at the Jaipur Literature Festival and at JBM, and over 105 performers. Speakers who've come together for the brilliance of what they represent. We live in strange times. It's a troubled world that we all inhabit. What do authors do? They help us understand. They show us the light. They allow us a debate. They allow us to discuss. They open our minds to another world. The Jaipur Literature Festival is one of the few places that you can sit here in the front lawn and without moving an inch, travel all the way from Wellington to Vancouver, understanding different cultures, different philosophies, different histories, different people, their traditions, their conflicts, their concerns. And all of this today is extremely important. Across the world, we find voices have become extremely strident. Lines have been drawn between ideologies, between religions, between color, between race. Perhaps it's time to tarry but a while and listen. Listen to see what exactly people are saying. Listen and understand that they can coexist different points of view. Yes, there's conflict, but is there a solution to it? Is the solution only to shout and scream through television channels and debates? Is there a time to now just hunker down and look at the many issues that confront the world, the issues that are most important, issues of inequity and of inequality? And this is what we need to resolve. This is what we need to solve. This is what we need to focus on. Over the next 5 days, you will hear so many wonderful speakers, and I hope you will carry away with you some of these ideas, some of their thoughts, and go out and practice and put into a new reality some of what you've taken from here. Making sense of India is very difficult. India lives in many centuries at the same time. Our festival director, Namita Gokhale, tries to weave together a program with her 200-odd authors to showcase the diversity and the different facets of India. Please welcome her to tell you a little bit about this year's program. Namita.
बहुत खुशी हुई आज फिर से यहाँ सम्मिलित हुए आप सब लोग साहित्य प्रेमी। और पहले रो में बैठी हैं वसुंधरा राजे जी, जो खुद बहुत साहित्य प्रेमी हैं और लेखकों का सम्मान और सहयोग करती आई हैं, जिसके लिए मैं और हम सब बहुत कृतज्ञ हैं। आज जयपुर साहित्य उत्सव की नई कड़ी में मौजूद सारे साहित्य प्रेमियों को नमस्कार। कुछ दिनों से मन में कवि दुष्यंत कुमार की एक कविता गूंज रही थी। मेरे सीने में नहीं तो तेरे सीने में सही, हो कहीं भी आग लेकिन आग जलनी चाहिए। वैसे तो लेखकों को चुप करना बहुत मुश्किल है, लेकिन आज मेरी आवाज़ ने धोखा दिया है और मैं खांसते खांसते 2 शब्द बोलने की कोशिश करूंगी, ज़रा माफ़ कर दीजिएगा। हर साल जयपुर साहित्य उत्सव के लिए मन में कोई नई उपमा सूझती है। कभी इसकी तुलना साहित्य के कुंभ मेले से की, तो कभी बरगद के वृक्ष से जो अपनी शाखाओं को दूर दूर तक फैलाता है। इस साल का साहित्य उत्सव साक्षात कथा सरित सागर है, उसके रूप में ये उपमा उभरी है। विचार संवाद और किस्से कहानियों का आदान प्रदान इस उत्सव की आबो हवा में है। हमेशा की तरह इस साल हमारे साथ भारतीय भाषाओं के जाने माने विद्वान हैं, जैसे कि अलका सरावगी, मृदुला सिन्हा, अनु सिंह चौधरी, उदय प्रकाश, अशोक वाजपेयी, रविकांत, प्रभात रंजन इत्यादि। संथाली और अन्य आदिवासी साहित्य के प्रकाशक रूबी हेम्ब्रम भी हमारे साथ हैं। कन्नड़ के विवेक शानबाग, बांग्ला से अनीता अग्निहोत्री, पंजाब से बंद सिंह, देसराज काली, गुजरात से इलारा मेहता, सितांशु यशचंद्रा और त्रिदीप सहरूत सम्मिलित हैं। यहाँ डिगी पैलेस में समग्र भारत की रचनाएं शामिल हैं, जिनमें गद्य, कविता और अनुवाद का अनूप तालमेल है। विचारों की अभिव्यक्ति, बोलने सुनने की स्वतंत्रता और रचनात्मक मंथन आपके समक्ष प्रस्तुत होगा। जी जयपुर लिटरेचर फेस्टिवल 2016 का जज्बा पूरी तरह से निष्पक्ष और लोकतांत्रिक रहेगा। जयपुर बुकमार्क अपनी तीसरे संस्करण में विभिन्न भारतीय भाषाओं के अनुवाद पर जोर देते हुए विदेशी और भारतीय प्रकाशन को एक दूसरे से बात करने का मंच देगा। राजस्थान जैसे सांस्कृतिक क्षेत्र में भारतीय व अंतर्राष्ट्रीय लेखन का हार्दिक स्वागत है। आशा है कि जयपुर के इस कथा सरित सागर में सुर मिले, शब्दों और विचारों की शक्ति बढ़े। एक बार फिर कवि दुष्यंत कुमार की कविता याद आई। सिर्फ हंगामा खड़ा करना मेरा मकसद नहीं, सारी कोशिश है कि ये सूरत बदलनी चाहिए। मेरे सीने में न हो तो तेरे सीने में सही हो कहीं भी आग, लेकिन आग जलनी चाहिए। In my speech just now, I began with some lines from the Hindi poet, the late Dushyant Kumar. They were about the creative fire and keeping the flame alive. In the familiar surroundings of the magical Diggi Palace, I am deeply grateful to the audiences for making the Z Jaipur Literature Festival what Time magazine described as the world's most electric meeting of literary minds. I would particularly like to thank Vasundhara Raje ji, the Chief Minister of Rajasthan, for nurturing our festival to such new heights. And I have to share with you that there were years when she would come in casually when she was not the Chief Minister for a while in between. She would sit down on the ground in the crowded front and the students and the children would gather around with love and affection, or she would be in the bookshop buying up books. It was wonderful to have her support. Every year I come up with a new and apt metaphor for the much beloved Z Jaipur Literature Festival. In 2011, it was our first ever Woodstock moment when a sort of critical mass accrued to us. Then, in coming years, I compared it to a pilgrimage, a literary Kumbh Mela, and later to a spreading banyan tree. This year, the metaphor that rises to mind is of the Katha Sarit Sagar, which is the sea of stories. An entire cultural ecosystem of ideas, dialogue, and shared narrative has evolved around our festival. At a time when the world is taking up fixed and rigid positions, the Jaipur Festival is steadfast in upholding the value of responsible debate, of the free exploration of ideas, of listening in as well as speaking out. One of our key themes this year include an interrogation of the idea and practice of privacy in a series of very differently structured sessions. The other theme we address is on negotiating modernity through different aspects of continuity and change, progress and regression. We also pay tribute to the late Lloyd and Suzanne Rudolph, distinguished scholars, long-standing residents of Jaipur. It would be appropriate to quote Suzanne and Lloyd in this context. They said, "The assumption that modernity and tradition are radically contradictory rests on a misdiagnosis of tradition as it is found in traditional societies, a misunderstanding of modernity as it is found in modern societies, and a misapprehension of the relationship between them." As usual, we continue to showcase the Indian languages with an impressive roster of Hindi writers, including Alka Saraugi, Mridula Sinha, Anu Singh Chaudhary, Uday Ravikant, Prabhat Ranjan, so many others. We have Vivek Shanbag from Kannada, Anita Agnihotri from Bangla, Bansing and Desraj Kali from Punjab, three very eminent writers from Gujarat, Sahil Maqbool and Siddharth Gigu from Kashmir. We have works and translations from across India, including Jerry Pinto's powerful rendering of Daya Pawar's Marathi Dalit novel, Baluta, Tridip Seru's translation of the classic Gujarati work, Saraswati Chandra, and Priya Sarukai Chhabria and Ravi Shankar's interpretation of the medieval mystic poet Andal, and of a very distinguished Andal session which my co-director, William Dalrymple, will be moderating. We also have the third issue of our bookmark, which is our publishing segment. And we also have an international list which is staggering. We are honored to welcome Margaret Atwood, Marlon James, Stephen Fry, Neil Ferguson, Abdul Rahman Waberi, and other stellar names. My co-director William Dalrymple and I have worked through the year to create this feast for the dreaming intellect, and we look forward to welcoming you under the blue marg skies, adrift with a few late soaring kites. This January, the rivers of our individual experience will flow into the Katha Sadit Sagar, the sea of stories of our collective literary consciousness. Thank you, and do enjoy the next few days as much as I will. Thank you.
I tell this story each year, so forgive me if you've heard it 9 times before, but 10 years ago, at the invitation of Faith Singh and Ram Pratap Diggi, I gave a lecture in the Durbar Hall to which 15 people turned up, of whom 10 were Japanese tourists who got lost looking for Amer Fort. This year, we're heading for 1/3 It's been the most extraordinary growth. And you have to ask, why has this happened? What has taken root? Because it hasn't just been here. Jaipur has provided inspiration for how many is it now? 900 literary festivals, what is it? Yeah, India. 103. The 103 other literary festivals that have grown out of this taproot. And I think what we've done is tap into something very ancient in the Indian soul. The primary act of writing is the writer sitting on his or her own in a room in silence with a piece of paper, or now staring into a screen, and painfully pulling out the words that end up on the page. And then also privately, the reader somewhere else, maybe generations later, reading those words and absorbing them. But in India, there has always been also the tradition of the public performance and appreciation of literature. Right back from the Sangam courts in Tamil Nadu in the early centuries BC, with poets coming from miles around to declaim their verses, through the medieval period, through to the mushairas of the Mughals with Zawq and Zafar, competitively tossing verses at each other in a particular rhythm, and the other having to reply equally wittily in exactly the same verse, through to here in the Jaipur court, where every day business began with declamation of poetry. So I think we've brought back something that was there all along, but given it some new life. And the extraordinary scene I see before me now, these people crowding in your hundreds and your thousands to these lawns, I think disproves the gloom that is often spoken about literature and publishing. People say no one reads anymore. People say everyone's on their mobile phones, doing their Twitter or doing their Instagram or whatever. This shows that people are reading. Each year we sell here tens of thousands of books. When I was at school in Yorkshire, I remember I suppose my path towards becoming a writer. I remember very clearly being inspired by one great critic who came to the school. His name was George Steiner, one of the great literary critics of our time. And I remember it was the first time I'd ever heard someone talk utterly passionately about books. When I look out here and we see the young children and the school kids and the college kids absorbing each year Nobel Prize winners, Booker Prize winners, Sahitya Academy Prize winners, Oxford, Cambridge and Harvard faculty, entirely for free, I think it's an enormous sign for hope. One thing you should do is at some stage in this week go down to Jaipur railway station at night and see the college kids bedding down on the platforms because they can't afford any beds in any of the hostels, but they've found a way to get here, and they come and they take in the sessions. So thank you, Jaipur, for hosting us, and as they say, let the games begin.
Thank you, Namita. Thank you, William. 23 years ago, a dream was born. It changed the way that India was entertained and received news. The Z Group has completely transformed the idea of media and entertainment in this country, and we're delighted that they are our principal partners. Please welcome Managing Director and CEO of Z Entertainment, Puneet Goenka.
Honorable Chief Minister of Rajasthan, friends, I won't take too much time. It's been an honor to be partners with the Jaipur Literature Fest. This is our third year of partnership. I would like to congratulate the entire team of Jaipur Literature Fest on achieving this milestone of almost a third of a million visitors to this festival. I will welcome the opportunity to continue to partner with you for many, many years to come. Thank you very much.
In India, apart from beginning everything with the auspicious Shankh to blow away evil, we also light the lamp to celebrate knowledge, to celebrate love. May I please invite the Chief Minister, our Honorable Member of Parliament, Puneet and Shreyasi Goenka, General Soni, Mrs. Soni, Margaret Atwood to come up with Namita and William to light the lamp. The Director DS Group to come up on stage as Thank you very much. Can I please request the Honorable Chief Minister to release the program of the Jaipur Literature Festival with Namita and William. William, come back. In the middle. Open the, release the brochure. state in this country that seems to understand the linkage between built heritage, arts, culture and entertainment is Rajasthan. They've also understood that there is an economic incentive and an economic model behind it. If you marry arts, entertainment and built heritage, you create jobs, you create employment, you build economic growth in the cities and towns. Please welcome the Chief Minister of Rajasthan, Vasundhara Raje Scindia, who's understood this and taken this to a new height. Ma'am.
I have a vested interest. So, very warm welcome to you all. Thank you, Sanjay. Thank you, Namita. Thank you, Willie. A very, very warm welcome to the celebration of words that we have now for the 9th time happening here in Jaipur. Absolutely right, Sanjay. I cannot imagine that 9 years ago, I sat over here, one could see the lawns, one could enjoy the Darbar Hall. There were 15 people or 20 people at the time. But within a few years, I noticed that when I visited the Darbar Hall again, it was crammed full. And it is the only place which is the greatest equalizer. Because you walked in there, and of course everybody got up and said, what about a chair? And there were so many glares, I could have disappeared into the ground. So this is the one place that you come to get away from it all. All those wonderful things that you talked about, Sanjay, yes. But for me, it's like going back to childhood. It's about going away, sitting right here to different parts of the world, into a magical world, which tells you about so many different things all in one go. All I have to do is pick up one book, and that takes me somewhere. And at the same time, a half an hour later, if I pick up another book, that takes me somewhere else. I want today to thank all those creators of dreams, all those who have brought views, thoughts and ideas on the ground for all of us to talk about, to discuss and to enjoy. This huge Mela fair of all the wonderful people from across the world who come to celebrate this with us every year. As a child, I remember, there's one thing that I was passionate about was books. As a child, I remember having to read under covers, and I think lots of you must have done that. The torch and just under the covers because you're not allowed to read. To date, I don't think I can, and there are many people here, I don't think many of us can go to bed without reading a few pages of our books, however tired we may be. So today, I want to just welcome from the bottom of my heart Margaret Atwood and the many, many wonderful people who I bought books to read about and who I never had the opportunity to meet. So it's like being, the people say to me, how do you feel about this one? But it's such an exciting thing. It's not about somebody shaking my hand, it's about me being able to get to shake somebody's hand who I know has done some amazing and wonderful things in his life, brought it to people like us who possibly would never get that chance to go that far. So, Sanjay took away my words. You know, in the situation that I am in, there are no free lunches. And obviously I have a vested interest. And one of the vested interests is, of course, apart from meeting all the wonderful people that I managed to get to meet here, and it's about the cross-section, from kids all the way up to older people. And Jyotika and Ram Pratap, I just don't understand. How do you manage to spread this out? Every year they tell me it cannot be. And every year I see that it is. So we do squeeze ourselves. I don't know how we do it. But we do manage to squeeze ourselves into this wonderful, magical place that takes us on these great journeys. And as I see from this year, it's going to be many, many wonderful journeys this year too. So my vested interest is about Jaipur. My vested interest is about getting all these wonderful people to Jaipur, to Rajasthan. My vested interest is about lots of people trailing in here after you. That gave the opportunity for Rajasthan to showcase itself to people from across the world. I'm happy to tell you that we've just done our tourism launch, and it's an extremely interesting one. So if any of you manage to get a moment, which is very difficult, to get onto television, you might be able to see some of this. It's quirky, it's interesting, it's fun, and that's how it should be. I decided that this time we were not going to be dull, boring, and take you down the same route. So if you do manage to grab it, I'd love to hear from you all. Apart from that, I'm just going to say to you that this is a great experiment. This experiment gets bigger and bigger. He asked me, he said, why don't you come to South Bank? Then South Bank in the UK, in London, and then on to the US. Please stay with us. Because, I mean, you know, when you start doing this, so many of them will say, oh, America's so much easier, let's just go to America. UK is so much easier, let's go to UK. And all these wonderful, wonderful people who have to come to us, otherwise will not. So please, I want to see Jyotika bursting at the seams. I want to see Diggy Palace bursting at the seams. I want to see everyone excited. I want to see Jaipur excited about hosting you all, because they are. And I want to thank you all again from the bottom of my heart for being here today with us. I know that I'm going to have 5 magical days wandering through all of this. Nothing expected of me, great. Just being the listener, being the fly on the wall and listening to you all and asking Sanjoy, do you think you can introduce me to so-and-so? Great. Thank you all very, very much. And it's such a pleasure to have you here. Please enjoy Jaipur, enjoy this festival, and come back again and again for more. Thank you very much. Thank you, all of you. And by the way, this is wonderful. Please have a look at it.
I need to reassure the Chief Minister that when we have set up shop in the UK and the USA, we've actually brought back here to Jaipur many people. I just met somebody in the morning who said, I came to the UK South Bank, but hey, I wanted to see the mothership of them all, so that's why I've come here. We brought back many of our colleagues and guests, including Joni Tita, who represents the Library Foundation and is the wife of the mayor of Boulder, Colorado, with all her colleagues, Mike from the city and Jesse and Jules, so they've all come from America as well. So we hope to bring them back. For several years, William Dalrymple tried to pursue this particular author who was proving to be particularly difficult, coming all the way to India and to Jaipur. For us here, it's been an incredible honor to have one of the greatest living writers, a legend, Margaret Atwood, Man Booker Prize winner. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome her to give the keynote address here at the Zee Jaipur Literature Festival.
Thank you very much. I have come a very long way, a little bit longer than I thought. I had an impromptu trip to Mumbai, but then I came back, so it's all good. I did come from Canada, which right now is covered with snow, so it's a pleasure to be here. It's truly an honor to have been asked to give one of the keynotes for the opening of the 2016 edition of the Zee Jaipur Literature Festival, and to be in the presence of such a wonderful Chief Minister. You can come to Canada anytime. Come to my house. And to be among such welcoming hosts and readers. And to see this festival, which started very, very small and has now become the largest book festival in India and the largest free book festival in the entire world. That's an amazing achievement. To have been invited to give a keynote here, I must be either very important or very old. And I suspect that it is the latter. I am so old, in fact, that I can tell you I have been to India 3 times before, but the last time was 27 years ago. Some of you were not born then. Imagine that. And I am so old that there were not any festivals like this in India at that time. Amazing have been the changes in such a short space of time. And I'm even older than that, because I can remember when the Literary Festival as an idea first took shape. In Adelaide, Australia, there has been an arts festival since 1960, with the Adelaide Writers' Week being a part of that larger program. The first freestanding Writers' Festival, the Harbourfront International Festival of Authors in Toronto, dates from 1974, but it had its roots even earlier in the coffee house movement of the late 1950s and early 1960s that began at the City Lights bookstore in San Francisco. That was the age of the beatniks. Remember them? No, you don't. That was a time when poets and folk singers and jazz musicians used to perform in places that were typically condemned warehouses, with tables covered in check tablecloths, Chianti bottles with candles in them, and really bad sound systems. The one in Toronto, Canada, was called the Bohemian Embassy. Some people thought it was a real embassy and used to write to it asking for visas. But it was called the Bohemian Embassy because arty people in those days were known as Bohemians. I was 20. I was there. That was where I first read my rather awful poetry of those days and learned how to deal with emergencies such as electrical failures and other poets who were drunk. I don't think poets are allowed to be drunk anymore, but in those days they were almost required to be drunk if they were men. It was considered romantic. Dylan Thomas was a very recent memory. Why Australia? Why Canada as the first builders of the Literary Festival as a form? And now, why such vigor in India? Although all of our countries, if you've got any water, so there's going to be a race between my voice and my speech. So this is what you get for being old. Yes, thank you. Although all of our countries were very large geographically, none of them were the empire. None of us were at the imperial center of things. All of us ex-colonials then thought that the real place, the important place for publishing and books in English, was somewhere else. But all of us then had participated in one of the world's most important literary cultures, the literary culture of England, through the colonial education system of those days, which may account for Shakespeare's very lively afterlife in India and nowadays in Bengali. So if we couldn't go to them being the star writers of the day from England or America, and in Canada from France, maybe we could bring them to us. That was certainly part of the thinking in Canada and Australia. India has extra dimensions, its extreme variety and multiculturalism, but even that has made of English a lingua franca, whereby two citizens of India who don't speak each other's languages can talk to each other through a third. From its humble beginnings in the 60s and 70s sprang the very, very widespread literary festival movement we see today. It's everywhere and in so many countries and languages. Huge festivals, tiny ones, medium-sized ones, old ones with new elements, such as dressing up as comic book characters. I was in Leipzig recently in Germany, which is a very, very old traditional literary city, but it was Comic-Con Day. And the place was full of these enormous Germans with big horns on their heads. I don't know what they were supposed to be, but they were very impressive. Why this amazing proliferation? First, because writers are cheap dates. You don't need a corps de ballet to put on a literary festival. You don't need a light show. You don't need an orchestra. There are only the writers and their books and their voices. You don't even need an auditorium. For one small festival, Read by the Sea in Nova Scotia, the members of the audience bring their own lawn chairs and sit in a field. All of us authors descend from the village storyteller. As Canadian writer Robertson Davies used to characterize this function, "Give me a silver penny and I will tell you a golden tale." Note that it's only 1 penny. As I said, cheap date. The author does get something else, but it's not a something else that can be counted in money, and I'll come to that part shortly. Second, because human beings are storytellers. We are narrative creatures. Alone among the animals, we have an articulated grammar and words to express such concepts as once upon a time. Small children can follow a narrative thread from the age of 1. This happens, then this happens. We are all constantly writing the story of my life, and we revise it as we grow older. Your romantic tragedy when you were 19 becomes a funny anecdote by the time you're 45. And then 30 years later, you can't remember their name. Everyone does that. As for our cultures, where would they be without our key stories? Not that it's all good. In an age that persecutes deviance, you can lose your life for being the possessor of a dangerous or unacceptable story. Words are powerful, which means that words can also be fatal. But that's a little dark, vast universe of readers into which you plan to throw your tiny bottle of a book with your very tiny story or poetry enclosed within it. Will anyone ever find it? Will anyone ever read it? If so, will they like it? Will they hear your voice talking to them and telling them a story? You hope so. You trust it will be so. Writing is a very optimistic act. And here I will say two more optimistic things about this optimistic act. Writing is also the primary way in which the unknown, the obscure, the undervalued, and the neglected can become known. Not much money is needed to write, only time and determination. All over the world, writing has been the means whereby light is shed on darkness, whether the darkness of oppressive regimes, the darkness of lives lived in poverty, the darkness of the oppression of women as a gender, the darkness of discrimination of so many kinds. There are many darknesses, but there are also many voices. That is the first optimistic thing. Here is the second optimistic thing. Some people bemoan the supposed fact that reading itself is diminishing. I dispute that fact. Reading is, I believe, increasing. Platforms may be changing, but thanks to the internet, reading has become more possible for more people than at any other time in history. In places where people may not be able to afford books, may not have a library, may not even have a school, there is probably a cell phone. And you can now read stories and write stories on your phone. And a lot of young people are doing that very thing. So there is a lot more access to literacy than there used to be. Is that an unmixed blessing? No. There are no unmixed blessings. But from the point of view of authors, it's a net plus, because if there are no readers, sooner or later, there will be no writers. We become writers because we loved to read. Which brings us back to the Jaipur Literary Festival, a service to readers, but also a service to writers. So what does the author get in return from attending a festival such as this one, the thing that cannot be counted in money that I promised to tell you about? What the author gets is you. The author gets his or her other half, which is the dear reader. The reader is the musician of the book. Just as the score of a piece of music is a lot of black marks on paper until the music is played, so a book, a poem, or a written story is just a lot of black marks on the page until a reader is reading it. As every musician plays his or her own interpretation of the music, so every reader has his or her own interpretation of the book that is being read. That is what keeps music and books alive, being played, being read, being interpreted, and reinterpreted. And when the festival is in another country, the author also gets at least a little sliver, a tiny, tiny morsel of that other country. India is huge and complicated, but at the moment, from where we authors are standing, all of you readers here are India. It's a big responsibility, I know, but you're stuck with it now because here you are. Spread before us is a feast, a rich and varied feast of words and books, and we're all the guests. As we know from reading stories, a happy ending often includes a feast. But today is not a happy ending, it is a happy beginning. We are all very lucky to be here. To our kind and welcoming hosts for having invited us, we say thank you.
"7 years and that was worth the wait, truly." Ladies and gentlemen, Margaret Atwood. May I please invite Mr. C.K. Sharma, the business head of the DS Group, to say a few words. I'd also like to thank Shashank Surana for earlier coming up and lighting the lamp. Thank you very much, Shashank, for being here.
Thank you, Sanjay. Thank you. Honorable Chief Minister of Rajasthan, Srimati Vasundhara Raje, distinguished guests and friends. On behalf of the DS Group, it is my pleasure to welcome you all here to this beautiful festival. This is our second year in a row, and last year the Chief Minister had commented about the ability of Diggi Palace to accommodate so many people. And to that, the owner of the Diggi Palace, Srimati Jyotika Kumari, had said कि हमारा दिल बड़ा है. Our brand, Residing in the Silver Pearls, which has sponsored this, has an advertising line which says, Dil bada to tu bada. DS Group, ladies and gentlemen, is those of you who do not know, is a billion-dollar company with a portfolio of brands. But in addition to this, owning these portfolio of brands, we also own a strong set of values. For us, we are corporate citizens, we enjoy rights to own property, we enjoy rights to build brands, and I think it is important that we repay back to the society. And our commitment is not limited to just 2%, the mandatory 2% going to the CSR year after year. Our commitment goes beyond that. We look at our conscience. We believe literature is a narrative that decodes social, cultural, and economic reality. Successive governments have worked on the literacy, and India is a young country, and I believe it is time that the governments and the corporate world gets together to look at an educated India, the literate India and an educated India. We are a young nation. As per projections, by 2020, our average age is going to be 29 against China's 37. It is therefore important that we provide the access that Margaret talked about, access to literature, so that people are enlightened, they are empowered to participate in a competitive world outside. We believe there are three pillars to any society: the judiciary, the legislature, and the executive. But below these three vertical pillars is a strong beam of literature in India. I believe it is too little. I believe we need to do a lot more. We are committed to the cause of literature, and we look forward to more and more associations with this great festival, the Jaipur Literature Festival. We are in the process of creating a winning spirit, and inside the organization, outside the organization, amongst literateurs. I think our objective is to create a winning spirit. Our flagship brand, one of the advertising line, which I cannot resist repeating here, is "Kuch kar aisa, duniya banna chahe tere jaisa." These inspiring communications, with these inspiring communications and diverse acts, small acts, it all starts with a small beginning. Like Nobel laureate Nadine Gordimer said, that you work all your life and you are able to achieve one small thing. It is in that direction that we want to contribute, make small contributions, and take the interest of literature to the young budding talents in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma. May I please invite Puneet and Shreyasi Goenka onto stage. This year, one of the publications that Nabita and we came up with was to put together the best of JLF in a compendium, in a collection. This was designed by Mani Suri. Mani, if you're here, please come on stage. and it was edited and put together by Urvashi Butalia, who's not here right now. But can I ask Shreyasi, William, Namita? Namita, will you say a few words before we open the book?
Dear friends, it's a pleasure to introduce Conversations at Jaipur, which is the volume we are about to launch. You know, Margaret Atwood just spoke of the black marks on the page. Every year, words echo and resound and live on through YouTube, the words that are spoken here. But we thought it deserved a paper form. So Urvashi Butalia of Zuban and Ishani Butalia put together a representative set of transcripts, and Mani here gave us the wonderful design. This is our first volume. More will surely follow very, very soon. It's available in our festival bookstore. Do look out for it, please. Thank you.
And that roughly brings us to the end of this evening, or end of this day, end of the morning.
Oh, sorry.
None of this is, well, Namita snatching my sheet of paper away. No festival is possible without the support of so many different people. To begin with, we'd like to really acknowledge the support that we've received, we continue to receive from the state of Rajasthan, the Chief Minister and her office. And really, you know, in many parts of India, I know it's fashionable to diss the police and say they're terrible. We owe a deep sense of gratitude to the incredible police force that the Rajasthan government makes available to us. They work with us through the year to ensure the safety and security of each and every one of our visitors. So please don't believe the press reports that say that security is compromised. When you have wonderful officers like this, nothing is compromised. They really work day in and day night to be able to secure this place. Thank you very much, Rajasthan Police. Thank you very much, ma'am, for all your work. To Mala Jugnu and Meera Maharishi, who is not here, the Department of Tourism, Rajasthan, thank you all. To our wonderful sponsors who really, you know, everybody comes here free. They're the ones who pay for you all to be able to travel the world without moving an inch. So we really need to thank them all. To Z, thank you, Puneet. Subhashji is not here this morning. Please convey our regards to him. Shreyasi, for being there at the end of a phone call. Peter, I know, carries on saying, when there's a doubt, we'll call Shreyasi, Roland and Abhishek. Thank you very much. Rajnigandha, thank you very much for being on board for the second year. Look forward to having you on board in the coming years. Google Ford, who returned with the Mahindras, the Aga Khan Foundation, Amity, and bringing lots of minds from across the country. Ma'am, I don't know whether Ma'am, I don't know whether you know, but the festival actually began 7 days ago with an extension program into schools which cannot have access to a place like this. These are schools and children who come from economically backward places. So many of the authors have traveled out there. This year we've got 76 sessions across 36 schools, reaching out to over 30,000 children in Jaipur. So we're very happy for that to have happened. Thank you, Glenlivet, Kingfisher, the British Council. Thank you very much, Jill, and all your colleagues. To Coca-Cola, to the Jan Michalewski Foundation, to Penguin India, and I said the other day, Penguin is the one publisher who was with us from the very beginning, and year after year, they've stood by us and supported us. Thank you very much, and I hope other publishers take a cue from you. The Indian Quarterly, the YPO organization here in Rajasthan. It also gives us great pleasure to welcome new partners to the festival this year, to be able to make it grow even stronger, given the Prime Minister's Swachh campaign. Thank you very much for Dettol, Manega Swachh India, which is the cause a partner of the festival, to the Kotak Mahindra Bank, Amway, the Getty Foundation. I don't know whether Jim Kuno is here, but James, if you're here, thank you very much for your support. To Nestle, to the Narayan Health Group, Indigo, Uber, who makes it easier for you to get here. You can download the code and you can get your first trip free so you can avoid the traffic jam, so use Uber. Airtel for making us all connected, thank you very much. The future of our festival depends on the ever-growing relationship with the press. Thank you all, every member of the press. There's 750 press accreditations this year from across 33 countries. Thank you all for coming. We do apologize for those press members who we haven't been able to give accreditation to. We do have a capacity problem. Do remember to register earlier in the year and we will assure you accreditation. Thank you for our media partners, the Hindustan Times, the Red FM Group, Bhaskar Group, and Rajasthan's Patrika Group. A very special thank you to the Rambagh Hotel for last night's wonderful dinner, to the Clark's Amer for being a host to the festival evening music stage, to Le Meridian for our writers' ball, and finally to Jyotika, Rampratap, and the Diggy family for really opening their hearts and homes. Please remember, everybody, this is their home. Treat it with care, treat it with love. See rubbish around, take it with you. Don't leave it behind. Enjoy the festival. Look forward to seeing you all at every session. Wonderful music every evening at Clark's Amer, which is a half-an-hour drive from here. Tomorrow, in a special initiative with the Rajasthan Tourism, where we're bringing together built heritage and art and culture to celebrate 400 years of Shakespeare. We have Pia Bherupia Brace on the 12th night, which will be performed just across, literally across the road at the Albert Museum. You can pick up your passes at the information desk. Day after tomorrow, the Chief Minister is going to be hosting a wonderful evening of music by one of her favorite musicians, Mukhtiar Ali, and readings from playwright Girish Karnad up at Amer Fort in association with Rajasthan Tourism. Looking forward to seeing you all for all the sessions. And now handing over to Catriona, who's going to be your venue manager. Ma'am, thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much, General Sani. Safe voyage into your new life at the end of the month. Look forward to seeing you again in India. Thank you all very much. Thank you, Puneet. Thank you, Margaret, for that brilliant speech. Namita has requested if we can borrow it from you and put it out and put it into publications. Thank you.
We will do a very quick change over here, and the session will be starting in around 10 minutes. I'll just quickly run you through what's happening here and in the other venues, so that you can choose which session you'd like to attend next. The session going on here is The Master with Colin Tabeen in conversation with Chandrahas Chowdhury. In Charbagh, the session going on in 10 minutes is Scenes from a Writer's Life. That's with Ruskin Bond in conversation with Ravi Singh, introduced by Vikas Singh. In the Google Mogul tent, the session going in is Red Signals, Green Hopes. That's Jairam Ramesh, Alex Shumatov, Valmik Tapar, and Ajay Mathur in conversation with Suman Sahai. In the Baitak, it's In Search of Andal, Archana Venkatasan, Ravi Shankar, and Crispin Brownfoot in conversation with Priya Sarukai Chabria. In the Mahindra Humanities Centre, Durbar Hall, the next session going in at 11:10 is The Fiction of Privacy, Drawing the Line, and that's with Aviruk Sen and Samant Subramaniam in conversation with Pragya Tiwari, introduced by Homi K. Babha, beg your pardon. And in the Ford Samvad, the session going in there is 20 Teens, 20 Stories with Paro Anand. So please do move on. If you want to go to another session, not at the front lawns for the 11:10 slot, please do move on, and we'll be starting shortly here. And just while I have your attention, I'll do a little bit of housekeeping. Obviously, we get very crowded here at the Zee Jaipur Literature Festival, and we want to be sure to look after everybody as best we can. So we ask you to be mindful of each other. Please don't push or shove, and make sure that you don't obstruct the aisles and so on as you're moving around. Please don't leave your bags unattended. We can't take responsibility for any valuables, so watch out for those. Please ensure your phones are placed on silent through the sessions, and if you do need to take an urgent call, we'll ask you to take it outside. The nearest exit for you is over here to your left, and in the archway there at the entrance to the Diggy Palace is where you'll find the medical services, should you need those. If you're a tweeter, the hashtag is ZGJLF, that's ZEEJLF, and no flash photography is permitted in the venue. We'll be going on here in about 5 minutes.
जो दिखाई देती है वो है नहीं, नाम बड़ा और दिल छोटा सा, अक्ल इतनी कि इंसान को इंसान न समझे, सेल्फिशली, सेल्फ सेंटर्ड एरोगेंट। अभी हीरोइन होगी अपने घर की, दिल में दया नहीं, मुंह में दो मीठे बोल नहीं, क्या फायदा नाम और शोहरत का, पहले अच्छी इंसान तो बने। लोग तो कुछ भी कहेंगे, पर मेरे लिए अच्छाई की सच्चाई कुछ और है।
रजनीगंधा सिल्वर पर्ल्स, सिल्वर कोटेड इलायची, अच्छाई की एक अलग चमक होती है।
गेम्स, मूवीज और म्यूजिक के 71 लाख 21,000 302 मिनट, ये सब फिट होता है एक छोटी सी दुनिया में।
Free music, movies and games only on Airtel, the smartphone network.
Ladies and gentlemen, please do take your seats. We're going to go on in just a moment. You're all extremely welcome here at the Rajnigandha Silver Pearls front lawns. I'm sure you're very excited about the program ahead and in particular about the session ahead. This session is The Master with Colin Tobin in conversation with Chandrahas Chowdhury and is presented by Amity University. Please join me in welcoming Colin Tobin and Chandrahas Chowdhury to the stage.
This is new. Say yeah. I think that, shall we wait? Okay, can everyone hear me? It's fine? We shouldn't waste any time because you never have enough time anyway. Welcome to Jaipur.
Thank you very much, thank you.
It's your first JLF.
No, I've been here before. This is my first time at the festival.
Oh, it's it. Well, welcome to all of you to a discussion which I think I will, for my part, you can ask questions later, I will focus on how one of the most fully imagined characters of 21st century fiction was devised, and he's no less wonderful for also having been a real person in the 19th century, which is the novelist Henry James. And you took up the theme of some years of his life in The Master. So I just wanted at the beginning to discuss the construction of that book with you because it's such a complex subject. And first of all, Combe, do you think if there'd been an audience like this on that night when Henry James's first play opened for the first time, maybe he would have gone off in a different line and not written all those novels because that was so disappointing and there were so few people that destroyed his theatrical career, didn't it?
I think it's really important to remember just how different things were then. We have no recordings of Henry James's voice. We have some photographs of him, but he never in general appeared in public. Towards the end of his life in the United States, he began to give some lectures. But at the time this book is set, he really had never appeared in public. When he finished a book, he sent it to his publishers, and the following day, he began another book. You know, it wasn't as though he went on a book tour, or he went to any festivals, and he never gave any readings from his work, so he had no sense of what his work sounded like. But what he really wanted, in the same way almost as a writer today might want a success in Hollywood or Bollywood, what he wanted was a success in the theatre. He had his eye on Oscar Wilde, and Oscar Wilde at the time we're talking about had one successful play on in London which could bring in a great amount of money and a great amount of the sort of fame that a novelist could not really win since the time of Charles Dickens, who of course did do huge numbers of public events. So Henry James wrote a really dreadful play. It could not have been worse. It was about something that no one in England had any interest in. It was about a Catholic family who had only one child, a son, and the issue was, the drama was, would the son become a priest or a monk, or would the son inherit the money? And nobody cared about this. So the priest in question, or the young man in question, is called Guy Darnville. And at one moment during the opening night of the play, when he says, "I'm the last of the Darnvilles," in a very dramatic voice, someone from the back shouted, "It's a bloody good thing you are." And the entire audience began to laugh. Henry James, that evening, he couldn't think what to do. So much depended on this night. He even at one moment was going to sit in a local pub. The idea of Henry James in a pub is sort of astonishing, and wait and have someone come to tell him all the time how it was going. But he made a really bad decision. He went to An Ideal Husband, the play by Oscar Wilde that was running with such success. The audience loved that play. They laughed at every joke. The worse the joke was, in James's opinion, the more the audience laughed. James sat there stony-faced. He didn't think a single thing was funny. All he was thinking about was his own play. So when that play was over, he walked across St. James, he walked over to St. James's Theatre where his play was, and the doorman nodded to him to suggest things were going well. He misunderstood the sound. He thought it was applause. What was happening was the audience, his friends, were applauding, but everybody else, people who paid for their seats, were catcalling, yelling, and shouting abuse. And so angry was the manager, who was also the main actor, at Henry James for having written this play, that he enticed him onto the stage. And you can just imagine Henry James, he had never appeared in public in his life before, and he looked at this audience, and he decided he made another mistake, to bow. And when he bowed, he looked up again, angry, shouting calls of abuse at him. And so that was a disaster for him in the theatre. But what's interesting is the next day he writes a letter. And, he's now in his 50s. He's 54 years old. He says, "Now, this is the time when I will write my best work." It is as though the shock he got and the sense of what public failure looked like made him realize that his job would be to go indoors, to actually stay away from light and crowd, and move into shadow, and move into imaginary spaces, and that now he would do his best work. The problem, of course, is, this is 1895, so he's 52. The problem, of course, is that for the next 5 or 6 years, he really only writes one successful story, which is The Turn of the Screw. What he's doing is he's, as Samuel Beckett said, he's failing and failing better, building up to the great flowering of the novel in English in the early 20th century. In 1 year each, he wrote The Ambassadors, The Wings of the Dove, and The Golden Bowl. 1 year each, living alone in a house in Rye. And so in my novel is set in these 5 years of failure. But it's an odd failure. A failure for a novelist is strange because you never know what's coming. You never know what some image might lead to, or a rhythm that an image has led to might in turn lead to. And so James, what he's doing in these 5 years is almost collecting the images that will make up these 3 great novels, which will be not only the flowering of his career as a novelist, but the flowering of the novel form itself.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned that detail about how he walks into the theatre and the doorman nods and he misunderstands completely, because as we see in the book, what he really prides himself on is the delicacy of his understanding of human behavior and of the human face, actually. For a lot of times in the book, we see people watching one another, and of all the characters in the social world that James inhabits, he is the most reticent and the most proudly so. Like, he likes to be able to understand people without giving anything away of himself, isn't it?
Yes, I think that James understood that to be a novelist is to be a noticer. He used the phrase himself that a novelist is someone on whom nothing is lost. And he was particularly good at that moment of recognition. where somebody sees somebody else in a position, and from what they see in that glimpse, that gaze, that moment, something is understood that was not understood before. For example, in his novel Portrait of a Lady, towards the end of the book, he has his heroine, Isabel Archer, come into a room. And in the room, her husband and her husband's friend, Madame Merle, are in the room. But Madame Merle is standing up at the mantelpiece, and the husband is sitting down, relaxed. The minute she sees them in that position, she realizes that there's a familiarity between them that she didn't know before. She catches them in a second. They don't speak. No one tells her anything, just in that moment of looking. So that idea for James of the glimpse, the glance, the gaze, and then arising from that, the idea of pure recognition, I think that mattered enormously. And again, that's something that you can capture in a paragraph, because of course prose fiction does something in a way that theatre cannot do, and cinema cannot do, and poetry cannot do, and which is that you can tell the reader what is happening in somebody's mind, and then you can tell the reader what the person says, and the reader can see the distance often between what someone is thinking and what someone is saying, or indeed what someone is thinking and what the reader slowly understands someone is feeling. That those levels, those layers of feeling, understanding, thinking, and noticing can be registered in a novel in a way that they cannot really be fully registered in any art form. In a way they can be suggested in a portrait, but they cannot be fully dramatized, I think, in any form except in the form of prose fiction, either the novel or the story. And this idea of recognition was something absolutely fundamental for the way that James turned his novels.
That's very beautifully put. So if, as you say, this is what is unique to fiction, it follows then that inside the world of the novel, the narrator has an uncommon power to interpret the characters in the book, and often that can be a dangerous power. And in some novels, I don't know, you find you have the same reaction. You feel that the narrator sort of overstepping his privileges and trying to tell us everything about everybody, and there's some sort of median position of withheld knowledge from which you try and interpret the world from a single point of view, and that is the pleasure of fiction, to give away some details and to hold some others back, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you can make any rules about this. You know, in other words, I think fiction contains many mansions. In other words, I think it's probably still possible to write a novel in which you tell the reader what they must think about a certain character, and in which you could certainly do that in the 19th century. I think you could probably still try to do it. James was appalled at that idea, and he was appalled also at the idea which would come up a lot, for example, in George Eliot, that she would offer her political opinions about progress or about the nature of England in the middle of a novel. And he wanted to refine this system, which we might call third-person intimate, that while there is a narrator, that the narrator is absent from the book, that the narrator somehow or other has become invisible, and everything is seen through the eyes of one protagonist. I mean, there are variations on this, for example, in Portrait of a Lady, but actually in the main, in Portrait of a Lady, you see everything from Isabel Archer's point of view. And in the same way as in the novel The Ambassadors, you see everything from Lambert Strater's point of view. In other words, one character gets to see, notice, and register what's going on. And I think the theory of this is that after maybe 30 pages, the reader starts to become that person, to live within that person, and to begin to see the world of the novel through the eyes of a single protagonist. So, for example, it's not about using voice. There's no first person singular. It's merely about you're using third person, like he or she. But within that he or she, slowly, the idea, the theory of this would be that that person becomes very close to the reader, that the reader has begun to notice the world, experience the world through that person's consciousness, and not through their voice, but through their consciousness, and that therefore the reader slowly becomes, very gradually becomes very close to that person. So that's the theory of that. It's something we're all still trying to refine and work with.
And that's one of the pleasures of the method, isn't it? There's still so much left in it, or the possibilities are immense.
Well, yes, he refined it, and we can all still work with it. And in the novel I wrote about him, I do that too. In other words, every single thing that is noticed, that is felt or seen, is seen, noticed or felt by Henry James. There is no me in the novel. I mean, I think the best way of describing this is that the page, or indeed the screen, I wrote the book in longhand, so it was a page, that the page is blank. It is not a mirror. There's no self working. You are invisible to yourself. You are merely the words putting down, but you're giving to, and you're giving ways of noticing, as I say, feeling, remembering and seeing to another person.
Yes, I think the pleasure of the master was that a lot of readers of James already have a view of the Jameson view of life, but to have that been turned back and to get a Jameson view of James made it sort of a doubly concentrated experience, and that must have been one of the pleasures of writing it, and a kind of challenge as well, because you have to, everything has to, it's almost like you're being scrutinized by the master yourself, isn't it?
Well, yes, I mean, what happened was that that I had read all of James's work, and I had noticed this absence. And what I had presumed was that Henry James, who was born in 1843 and died in 1916, had a seriously uneventful life. He was born, he grew old, he grew fat, he grew bald, and then he died. And obviously he moved from England to America to England, and he lived most of his life in England. But I felt there was no life there, that the sensibility had been in a way transferred to the imagination, that he had not actually lived. And he has a number of stories, especially towards the end of his life, where he talks about the idea of a man who has never actually lived his life properly, that somehow that has subsumed sensibility and not had the experiences he might have had. And particularly in a late story called The Beast in the Jungle, where he actually explores the drama surrounding that. Now, what happened next is that as a thing developed, especially in the United States, a thing called queer theory, where a number of very serious and talented critics began to look at James and began to study the relationship between Henry James's supposed, and I think a pretty clear, homosexuality, with the way in which this idea of secrecy in his books, of glimpsing, glancing, and recognition in his books, of fear of exposure in his books, and began to elaborate a theory that somehow or other the books arose from his being in the closet, and that they operated from a sort of neurosis in a way, that the way in which his characters are themselves in a way so repressed, the way in which his own prose style often refuses to name the very thing it's attempting to describe, and then often does so in a sort of side sentence, that he's always playing with ideas of what's clear and what's to be concealed, and concealment interests all his characters, so that this work done in the United States began to interest me. And I thought, in order to write about this idea of James now that was changing, I would have to find out about this life of his that I thought had not really happened, that he had not had a life. I was also writing a book of my own, and I thought, surely the most boring 4 books in the world must be the 4-volume biography of Henry James. I mean, there could not be more boring books. I'm talking 2,000 pages of pure boredom. I mean, compare that with say the life of Napoleon, for example. You think, oh, the life of Napoleon filled with exile, battles, Russia, love affairs. Henry James, nothing he wrote. another story. So, I mean, how could you write this book? Why does it have 4 volumes? So I started to read the book, and of course the book is fascinating. And of course, you know, it's always a mistake to think that nobody had a life. Of course he had a life. And the life is so filled with ambiguity. In other words, he loved his family. And the first thing he did was he got away from them as quickly as he could. And he stayed away from them. He wrote his mother really affectionate letters saying how much he missed her and loved her, but he wasn't going back to America. He wrote his brother, he wrote his sister eventually. In order to find him, she had to come and live in England. So that was the first thing. The second thing was he really, really wanted to be alone at night. He loved reading, he loved writing, but he went out every night. And he deplored going out every night. And he accepted invitations and more invitations. And so he dined out. This is one of the reasons he grew fat. He dined out every night. And he wanted to be alone every night. Nothing was settled in him. And he was homosexual. And his closest relationships were with women. And he was rich. His grandfather had been the second richest man in New York State after Mr. Astor. And he was obsessed with the idea that he was poor. There's no end to the number of ambiguities and conflicts going on within his personality. And of course, in 4 volumes, you can really get this idea of constantly, where he also, of course, didn't believe that a novelist should explore himself or expose himself in a novel. But nonetheless, there's another ambiguity there. The more you know about his life, the more you can see areas of his life that are actually disclosed and dramatized in the books. So this idea began to interest me. This idea of a figure filled with ambiguities. So I began to write the novel. I began to see him almost as a character in a novel. I think there were enough biographies of him. I also want to say one more thing about this, that in the years after his death, he died in 1916, his family were really concerned that people would find out about his homosexuality. And unfortunately, in the last years of his life, beginning in his 50s, it's a lesson to all of us, he wrote letters. And the letters, they're not explicitly homosexual, but they're very, very close. He's always writing to young men saying, I long to hold you, to be with you, to have you in my arms. And it couldn't be serious. And of course, what his family did was, they made sure that these letters did not see the light of day. These letters were not published. His letters to particularly a very handsome young Norwegian sculptor living in Rome, Heinrich Andersen. His letters to Heinrich Andersen did not appear until the 1990s, even though Andersen asked the family in 1930 if he could publish a volume of them, and the family said no. So in other words, in the 1990s, we began to find out much more about Henry James as the James family released control over the estate, but also as the family realized, as things began to change in America, that the fact that he was homosexual would make him more interesting now, which might not have been the case in the 1920s and 30s, when really people were afraid of homosexuals and thought there was something dreadfully wrong about homosexuality. That suddenly homosexuality, which is the strangest thing that's happened in my lifetime, became fashionable. It was unfashionable not to be. And so that James studies moved, James studies actually became an aspect of queer studies, or of the study, people were tired of white, heterosexual European men. And suddenly James moved out of that boring space into another space where he could be studied in a different way. So I didn't feel that a book of essays would help, because I wasn't sure I could contribute much to that. Or a new biography certainly wasn't needed, because 2 more had appeared. What I wanted to do was use the form that I know best, which is the form of the novel.
One of the pleasures of the master is that you see that you have entered this very rarefied social world where the same people who've known each other, the old world, old families from across America and England and occasionally they let someone new into their world. They keep meeting at these dinners and just talking about life, about who they met, and it's a very, very small, intimate world, and the pleasures of that is being schooled in how the characters all look at one another and make up the gap in meaning between what these people are saying and what they said somewhere else, or what they are imagined to be thinking. And then you see in these characters is one writer, which is Henry James, and so his noticing is not just a social one, but also an artistic one. He's using all of this material. And then discreetly you begin to see at certain times that the watching is also an erotic one, that sometimes this figure comes up, there's nothing explained. Henry, although we have access to his mind, he never lets on. We never see him thinking, this is a sexy man, or here's someone I'd like to go to bed with. And yet there's some tension in that dialogue, and that's why that was really carefully and cleverly constructed.
Yes, I mean, I thought that one of the great battles that's been fought, and was fought maybe in the early years of the 20th century, and indeed later on by figures such as James Joyce, and later on by Nabokov, Henry Miller, for example, there was the right to write explicitly about sex in a novel and to have that published freely and disseminated without any issue. I should say the country I come from, Ireland, took particular exception to this idea of freedom until the 1960s, and there was a savage censorship. Even if you mentioned the word, any word to do with sex, the book was banned until the mid-1960s. When I came to the idea of writing about Henry James, especially writing about his private life, his life alone, his imaginative life, I found the idea of not writing about sex more powerful than sex itself. For example, I found a friend, Heinrich Andersen, who I mentioned earlier, who's a very beautiful American-Norwegian sculptor. He comes to stay with Henry James. So here I have it. The wonderful moment is available to me now. There's no evidence for this, but no novelist has ever been bothered about evidence. So you simply say, this is the moment now where Henry James is going to have sex like no sex was ever had. I'm going to do it page after page after page, describing all the things they did and didn't do with each other through the night. And then I realized that that's already been done. And it's also, I'm not sure it will fit into the tone of the novel. So what I have instead is Henry James is alone in one bedroom in this house with floorboards upstairs. He's alone in the bed. And in the bedroom across the corridor, he knows Heinrich Andersen is undressing. And he's imagining him taking off his clothes one by one. And then he hears a shoe drop. And he realizes that imagining Heinrich Andersen undressing is almost more powerful for James than seeing him undress or being in the room with him undress. And I found that if the reader thinks that I'm going to describe this long night of sex, no sex, unsex, lack of sex, oddly enough, can have now that we have the freedom to describe sex, a more powerful effect in a book, the withholding of that particular drama in a book. So yes, there's a constant sense of James erotically watching, erotically wanting, thinking erotically. But the next page you turn and you find he's writing a new story.
Yes. Very fine. Yeah, I remember the time when exactly at this passage where you describe, you see Henry saying, acknowledging to himself the impossibility of his imaginings, and that's where you leave it. And I think that mix of, it's so paradoxical that the smallest situations of meeting somebody that inspires like lush pages and pages of rumination on what they might have said, what they might have meant, and yet these big areas of human feeling are all like narrowed down to like small filaments.
Yes, I mean, I think everyone who writes a novel knows this, that often a novel, an entire novel, can come from something very small that someone told you. For example, when I was 12, my father died, and people began to visit the house every evening. I was just casually listening to the conversations, and one evening a woman came, and she talked about her daughter who was in Brooklyn. She didn't say America, she didn't say Manhattan, New York, she said Brooklyn. It was all about Brooklyn. I just began to watch her and listen to her. And often the most interesting conversations were, I'm sure it's not like this in India, but it's true in Ireland, when the person had left the room, the conversations were often more interesting because people would talk about the person who had left immediately. And somebody, do you know about that woman's daughter who went to Brooklyn? And of course, I immediately start listening. And they say, you know, before she came back from Brooklyn, the guy she was going out with in Brooklyn was so crazy about her that he said, if you go to Ireland, you'll never come back. She said, oh, I will. No, marry me then, marry me. And she married him, but on the boat she took off the ring because she didn't want to tell her parents, because they would know that she would always live in America, that she was never going to come back to Ireland, you know, and that she was just back for a visit. But all I had was that just 5 sentences of what I remembered when I was 12 about a woman. And from those 5 sentences, I got the novel Brooklyn. And from nothing else. That from the strangest beginnings, something comes. And I think James was really alert to that. He had a friend, who, for example, who wrote a novel, and it was a novel much admired at the time, about French Protestant youth. I can't imagine what such a novel would be like, but it was about French Protestant youth. And someone said, how did you do the research? How did you know so much about French Protestant youth? And she said, oh, one day I was going down the stairs and I looked in a door and there were some French Protestant youth in the room. And I saw them for 1 second. And that was enough, just seeing them, to get all of the novel. So James knew, and you know, it's very interesting to see this because James kept notebooks. And soon after he had the disaster in the theatre that I described at the beginning, he went and had supper. He was very good at having supper. He went and had supper with the Archbishop of Canterbury. You can see in his notebooks, it's January 1895, supper with the Archbishop. An interesting story. And what James loved was half a story. He hated it if anyone told him an entire story, because of course the entire story then was finished. And because he loved something that his imagination could work on. So the Archbishop told him about 2 children who had been kept in a country house away from the world, that their parents were dead, but the guardian was in London. And a governess was told to look after these children, but do not contact anyone in London. Simply, you have full responsibility for these 2 children. He notes that as 4 sentences in January 1895, and then you see, 2 years later, in 1897, he begins to write the famous story, The Turn of the Screw. But one more thing happens before he writes it, which is that he himself buys or gets a long lease on his first house, which is Lamb House in Rye. And in the months between signing the lease and moving into the house, James himself begins to imagine what it would be like to move into a strange old dark house, but new for him. And whatever disturbance is happening in his mind makes its way to find that story the Archbishop had told him, the idea of space as old, dark, haunted, and frightening, and a person going to that space for the first time, that he merged something happening in his own life with half a story he'd been told. And from that, he got the most powerful, I think, short story he wrote, which is The Turn of the Screw.
Yes, many times in the book, we see how Henry goes about making his stories and how he puts things together. And I found it interesting, one, as you say, that he likes these stories half-told, and when he sees a story in his mind, often on the basis of what somebody else has said, it's never a portrait of a character. It's as if there's a character in a situation that comes at the same time, and he sees a kind of, he sees them in sort of dynamic tension rather than something very flat. And that sense of a situation then allows him to explore both the character and a wider story.
Yes, I think he said the 3 greatest things you can say to anyone writing a novel. So if anyone here is writing a novel, or if you know anyone writing a novel, just say this to them regularly. Dramatize, dramatize, dramatize. And, I think what's interesting about that is that he allowed certain things to haunt him. For example, he had a cousin called Minnie Temple. And she was an orphan, and Henry James and his siblings loved the Temple family because they were orphans, and they thought being an orphan was so glamorous, and their cousins were always with them. But Minnie was particularly shining and shimmering figure. She loved talking. She loved reading George Eliot. She had an inquiring mind. James was fascinated by her. Men were fascinated by her. James's brother William was fascinated by her. Oliver Wendell Holmes was fascinated by her. She had a sparkling and brilliant intelligence. And then she began to die of consumption. And James is in England when she dies. And we can see now the letters he begins to write. Because, of course, James was always writing letters saying, burn this letter. And it's like, delete this email. And people simply, it meant all the more reason why people kept the letters. So we can see these letters he wrote in the aftermath of her death. And in the aftermath of her death, he began to imagine her. He began to see her more clearly. And when he began to publish Portrait of a Lady in extracts, a friend from Boston wrote to him to say, I see you're writing a novel about your cousin Minnie Temple. James immediately realized a problem was coming his way. He said, no, this is not a novel based on life. No novel is based on life. Life is thin. The purpose of the novel is to complete life, or to add density, or add texture to life. So it is not based on life, it is a way of completing life. And what he did then was, he began to imagine his cousin as though she had not died. And he puts her into, it's very interesting where he puts her at the opening of the book, into the exact house that Henry James's grandmother and Minnie Temple's grandmother had owned in Albany in upstate New York. He has her there, and she's discovered as it were by her aunt and brought to Europe. And Minnie Temple really wanted to see England, and she wanted to see a grand house in England. And of course she wanted to see Florence, and she wanted to see Rome. And James brought her ghost by giving her ghost body, by making her ghost fully present in the book. He got her spirit, and he recreated her spirit in the form of sentences. And therefore he gave her drama in her life. He brought her first to England and then to Italy. And then there's an interesting moment in the letters where he writes to his brother saying, it would have been impossible to imagine who she might have married. And of course then he realizes, and he, as he writes in the preface later, what do you do with a heroine in the novel in the 19th century? Why she must marry. And of course then James sets about, almost as though it's a folk tale, where the young, beautiful princess coming from America has to inherit money. Now she's a rich girl. Then you must have 3 suitors, as you do in the folk tale. First came the Lord, then came the insistent American, and then came the one whom she fatally misunderstood, whom the reader sees as dark, but she does not see as dark. She sees as some sort of enabling figure. So that he combined elements of the folk tale, but also with something that really mattered to him, which was that the death of his cousin was the first serious death that had mattered to him. And he began to sort of mourn her in a way by recreating her, by creating a great novel, not in her memory or by using her life, but by giving her a sort of life that life could never have given her, even had she lived.
Well, I have so many other questions, but I'm sure others want to ask, so I'm going to ask one last one. As far as I could tell, I could find only one exclamation mark in the entire text. Was it exciting putting that bit of punctuation?
I have it in for a few things. I often wonder about adjectives, that you often, well, the first thing is, I think, certainly for me, describing a character, describing a face. For example, in, I think, the most recent novel I published, Nora Webster, you have no idea whether she's tall or small, what color her hair is or her eyes. You just begin to see, you begin to see the effect she's having on the world. So that, I think a great deal of writing is about withholding. That often you're withholding information, which will come later. often you're withholding emotion so the reader can all the better imagine emotion or put their own sense of emotion onto what's happening in the book. But adjectives sometimes don't help. If you over-describe a person, if you over-describe a scene, and the same goes for adverbs, that often it's more judicious in a way to hold back on that as a way of allowing the reader more space to imagine. And finally, to answer your question, the exclamation mark, I have it in for the exclamation mark. I really think it's something we don't need at all. And if it's in the book once, I'm sorry. And if they're doing a new edition, I will have it removed forthwith.
No, Com, you can't take it out actually, because it's the one place where Henry says something that he doesn't mean to, he's agitated, and so he shouts out.
Oh, it's in dialogue?
Yeah.
Oh, in dialogue it's sort of different, because sometimes you do need, without using an adverb, to let the reader know that something powerful now, for once, is being said, and then you can retreat back into the shadows, into quietness.
Yeah, actually, I felt at that moment that you feel like, this is Henry really agitated, because this is not how he speaks, so that was perfectly...
once, you can do it once then, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
No, we have some questions from the audience.
Okay.
Can't leave just yet. Who would like to ask a question? You would? Right at the front here. Please keep them short so that we can have many questions.
My name is Rupesh, and I'm a literature student. In my college, I was asked a question about Henry James. Both of time I felt, I was asked a question. As you know that he was one of a literary figure who was related to literary realism genre. So I was asked that how he is attached to this genre in the context of his novel Portrait of the Lady. So both of time I felt, but I think now I will get.
You've allowed him to get a better grade in his college exam.
So, oh, that's great. Well, if you know,
yes,
yeah, okay. Well, that's what I'm for.
People keep asking, what is fiction for? Just for
I think there's somebody over there. Somebody there. Yeah.
Benjamin Britten used Turn of a Screw here.
Hello.
Benjamin Britten used the story of Turn of a Screw. Do you think he kept the actual essence in the opera that James had in his short story? It's a very frightening opera.
Yes, I mean, I think there are a number of films based on Turn of the Screw, plus Benjamin Britten's opera. The story is very, very frightening. I mean, if you find yourself alone ever and you want to frighten yourself, when she begins to hear sounds in the story. I mean, the story is interesting because James was interested in how to write a ghost story in a time when people really no longer believed in ghosts. So that he allowed you to see that perhaps what's happening is happening in her imagination. That she herself, under the pressures, is becoming paranoid, and that she's imagining the sounds. But James is not particularly good at short, sharp sentences. So when he does them, you really must notice them. There's one moment in the book where she begins to imagine that these people are appearing at windows in the house or are making sounds. She suddenly says, they have come for the children. And you just go, and I think Benjamin Britten gets that notion of malo, you know, the evil, that the presence of evil in this house, of these figures are not benign ghosts. They have come for the children. And so it's a very frightening story still to read. And I think Benjamin Britten captured some of that in the music. It's also been captured in film.
Thank you. I'm Sunanda. I'm a visitor from Zimbabwe. I'm a scientist, so when I read The Master, I had to keep going and checking with the biography. And I kept thinking to myself, how does he know that James felt this? You know, like with the issue about the manservant in the Irish castle. And I'm very interested in this concept of understanding the person who wrote the book. There are a lot of writers where you can read the story and it's perfectly enjoyable on its own, but for me, it comes to life when you know about the person. The same with Brooklyn, what you've just described, because Brooklyn's one of my favorite books. When I heard you talking about it on the World Book Club, then it all became very clear, the whole migrant experience and that issue. How important is that then, to actually understand the writer behind the story, the life of the writer?
I mean, I think the big hope is that it doesn't matter, that somehow or other the book should be able to survive on its own without you knowing anything at all about the reader. But that isn't quite true. There is a way in which we long to know as much as we possibly can, using letters, diaries, and any other information about the lives of writers. I mean, the power the biographer has now, I think, is enormous, because it fulfills something very deep in us, which is that all of us suffer from an immense curiosity. And we love knowing other people's business. And I mean, this is something we don't find admirable in ourselves. And I'm probably worse than you are in that respect. I mean, the minute I see you, Zimbabwe, I want to know more about you. Simply, the novel Brooklyn was written when I had lived in Texas, and I had been there for a semester, and I came home. And I mean, I don't know if there's anyone here from Texas, and Texas will be lovely when they finish it. I felt uneasy there. I was in Austin, so far from the sea, and I wanted to go home, and I started to think about home. And then I started to think about all the Irish people who had gone in all the years to America, or England, or Australia, you know, on their own with suitcases, with the idea they would never go home. I mean, at least I was going home at the end of this time. And that emotion was raw, and was with me, was present, when I came home and I found, again in a notebook, that image that I talked about earlier of the Irish girl who had gone to Brooklyn and come home. And I put those emotions of mine about homesickness into a story which I then invented all the rest of. In the case of The Master, I did most of the work on it when I had been living in New York, and I came back to Dublin, and I was on my own, and I was living in a house that I was generally uncomfortable in the world, and all I was doing was getting old, getting fat, getting bald, and writing. There all day writing. And every time I looked in the mirror, I thought, oh my God, look at you. And then suddenly, out of all that emotion about middle age, and also every writer knows the feeling where you put your heart and soul into a book, and you think the book is going to be really successful, and then another book by somebody more talented than you are becomes really successful.
Across boundaries, we believe in bringing the world together through entertainment. Z Entertainment, Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam. The world is my family.
हीरे मोती से कब तुलती हैं खुशियाँ, शोहरत तो दिल की कमां, बाजार में कब बिकती हैं खुशियाँ, शोहरत तो दिल की कमां, दिल बड़ा तू बड़ा, दिल बड़ा तू बड़ा।
अच्छाई की एक अलग चमक होती है। रजनीगंधा सिल्वर पर्ल्स, सिल्वर कोटेड इलायची।
गेम्स, मूवीज और म्यूजिक के 71 लाख 21,302 मिनट, ये सब फिट होता है एक छोटी सी दुनिया में।
Free music, movies and games only on Airtel, the smartphone network.
The annual Jaipur Literature Festival brochure with details on each session, author profiles and photographs. A must-have guide to the festival. This limited edition program is a collector's item and is available for sale at ₹100. Pick up your copy now.
The all-new Ford Endeavour. Designed for any terrain. Engineered for the extraordinary. Best innovations in our most capable SUV, the all-new Ford Endeavour.
There's this magic about India.
अभी जितनी आज़ादी मिल गई है, जितना ज़्यादा फास्ट जा रहा है इंडिया हमारा, ये कुछ बता नहीं सकते.
There is nothing in this world that you can do. You just need to get yourself out of the bed and start doing it, man.
Asking me, is it going to rain? They don't know what's going on in the world. I'm the most educated guy in this village. I'm the only guy who can speak in English. So I have access to internet. They don't know the uses of internet. They can't imagine that internet can be used for education purpose.
Let it fall upon you, rain.
If you give these two tools, English language and internet, I can bet on this. It's going to change everything.
Hello guys, as you can see, this is my house and no Wi-Fi at my house. This is my neighbor come friend. No Wi-Fi in his house, but yes, Wi-Fi is there at his neighbor's house. Yeah, so me and my friend come neighbor sit here and used my neighbor's house Wi-Fi. India is a country of brotherhood. We have one Wi-Fi router, but 5 families use that Wi-Fi router. It's 4 o'clock in the evening. I'm currently standing outside my house on my field. What technology brings to here is truly amazing. It can change people's lives. I work as a web developer from my own house, from my own bedroom, and now I have 10 Mbps fiber optic Wi-Fi. About 5 years ago we didn't even have proper dial-up connection. It's amazing how a simple internet connection can change people's lives. I can now make amazing mobile apps from my own house.
There are so many things about India which are just amazing.
We have so much people here, and the diversity.
If you think that you are not capable of doing anything, you are wrong.
Communication, education, technology, transportation, population, politician. We are gonna make this nation. We are gonna develop this nation. I am a citizen of a very great and wise country, and I am proud of it.
Ladies and gentlemen, the session here will go on in about 6 minutes. That session is the Z Factor, Subhash Tanja and Vallabh Bansali in conversation with MJ Akbar. And the session is introduced by Krishna Chopra and presented by AU Financiers. Before we go into that session, though, I'm going to make a technical announcement for those of you who are tech savvy. We do have an agenda app going on, which will save you having to refer to paper schedules. So if you would like To know the next sessions at JLF at any given time, you can give a missed call and you will receive that information on your phone. The number to call, if you want to take note of this, is 9251 301339. I'll repeat that. That's 9251 301339. Did everybody get that who wanted the number? Shall I repeat it again? You good? Okay. The other one is for those who are tweeting. If you're tweeting, you are in the running to win JLF goodies. So the hashtag is ZJLF, that's ZEEJLF, and the more you tweet, the more points you will get. There are exciting prizes to be won, and the top 10 tweeters will get prizes by the end of the day. If you want more information, there is information on that at the information desk. This session, the Z Factor, will be going on in just a few minutes. Thank you.
सपना है कि पहिए 3 से 4 हो जाए। सपना है कि एक दिन किराए का झंझट खत्म हो और घर अपना हो जाए। सपना है कि श्रीमती जी की सिलाई मशीन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट बन जाए। हम सपनों को सच करना है तो जरूरत है सच्चे साथी। AU फाइनेंसर्स आसान लोन के साथ अपने सपने को भरने दीजिए ऊंची उड़ान।
Hello, sorry.
I'll introduce you before.
Right, yeah, you have to do that. So I'm just leaving this here. Sorry.
I'll just say a couple of words to you.
Yeah, please. So I'll check for them.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rajnigandha Silver Pearls front lawn. The next session is the Z Factor. This session is presented by AU Financiers and features Subhash Chandra and Vallabh Bansali in conversation with MJ Akbar, and the session is introduced by Krishna Chopra. Please join me in giving them a warm welcome.
Friends, distinguished panelists, I am delighted on behalf of HarperCollins to welcome you to the release of the Z Factor, my journey as the wrong man at the right time, at the Z Jaipur Literary Festival. It is appropriate that Mr. Subhash Chandra is releasing his book in a year when his company is sponsoring the festival, making him a participant both as writer and sponsor. Dr. Chandra is one of the pioneers in television. Having launched satellite TV in India. At a function to release the book at the PM's residence yesterday, Mr. Modi commented that Dr. Subhash Chandra is a risk taker. It is an ability that he shows in business, as in this memoir. It is his defining trait, one might say. As a memoir, this is one of the most frank accounts you will come across and a gripping read. It is an account of his rise from rupees 17 in his pocket from a small town near Delhi, Hisar, to Z today and an international presence. Not to mention to a turnover of rupees 17,000 crores or so, plus minus little bit, and more horizons to touch. However, while turnovers go up and down, it is the spirit of his enterprise, the pioneering that he has done in whatever field he has taken up, that is more significant. Among other things, changing the face of television in India, and now he'll be making a foray into infrastructure also, which should take him into new directions. Our confidence in the book is equal to his, and we are planning to reprint, so the book is yet to hit the stores. We have on stage with him MJ Akbar, who is known to everyone as a journalist, author, and politician. He's returned to politics after a long gap of about 20 years. Sorry. As an author, he is known for some remarkable books, some of them classics on the subjects that he has written about, which would be available here, and I would recommend that you pick up or take a look at the copies, including most recently A Mirror to Power, which touches upon, among other things, Indian politics, the personalities in it, and various changes that we have seen occurring in India and the subcontinent. As also there is a book called Tinderbox, The Past and Future of Pakistan, which is always in the news. His writing has many followers for its perceptive style, immense knowledge, perceptive comment, immense knowledge, and fine style that weaves in humor as well into his comment. Our other participant, Mr. Vallabh Bhansali, was en route. He's delayed, so he will not be taking, he's not arrived this far. Mr. Bhansali, I may add, has been a close associate of Dr. Subhash Chandra, both on the business side as also in terms of some of his other interests, including Vipassana. I would now request Dr. Subhash Chandra and MJ to unveil the book, and then MJ will take on the proceedings further. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ishan. And come. And welcome all of you to yet another season, India's and perhaps the world's most famous, most awaited, most anticipated literary season in the unique city of Jaipur. All made possible not just by organizers but by you. It's absolutely appropriate that this year's festival begins with one of the absolutely most splendid books I've read in a very, very long while of reading. I mean, it often occurred to me, it is such a crackerjack of a book, that it occurred to me that this year it's really a Diwali book. Every page has firecrackers in it. And just in case you get tired of the firecrackers, there are one or two genuine nuclear explosions. Yesterday at the launch done by the Prime Minister in Delhi, he made a passing comment that, it's difficult when you write a book, when you're still working and so on. And there'll be so many people who will wonder why they have been left out. Believe me, that's not the problem with this book. The problem is those who have been left in.
They will say, why my name is there?
Why is my name here? So, anyway, it actually begins, very early from his personal life and so on. Now, I'm very clear about one thing. I'm not going to give you all the secrets of the book because it's absolutely imperative that you know less so that you can buy more. Right. However, one or two high points we must begin with. And after his very, very fascinating early life and the struggles, I think, which you're familiar with, the great journey from rupees 17 to rupees 17,000 crores. Is it 17,000 crores or 70,000 crores?
So far it is 17,000 crores.
Well, actually between 17,000 and 70,000.
The next generation will make it 70,000 crores soon.
For me it makes no difference because I can't recognize either figure. We begin with is an absolutely astonishing story. You are sitting here before an author. I don't know how many of you, I'm sure quite a few of you remember Bofors. And you remember Vin Chadda, who was the agent in Bofors. You are actually sitting before a man who could have been Vin Chadda. He was offered the Bofors deal. Tell us about that and tell us about...
So you are straight going to the nuclear bombs, huh?
How else do I keep them awake?
Well, I used to do a lot of business in Delhi. I was in Delhi that time, and had friends in the power circles, and one morning a friend of mine, he said that I think you are our trusted person and a trusted friend, so we have some deals in which we want to make you the agent, and you certainly make hundreds of crores of rupees. And I said, sir, but what is the deal? And he said, it's just defense ministries. I said, is it arms deal? So yes, obviously, what does defense otherwise purchases? So I said, can I have one day's time to think about it? And otherwise, I think the lure of money, 100 crores during 83, 84 was enormous. Today it must be more than 1,000 crores. So, but somehow something was telling me inside it is not right. And I came, I spoke to my brothers, and couldn't sleep in the night actually. Though all these things I have not mentioned in the book. And next morning I went and told, sir, I regret it, I won't be able to do it. And had to tell a lie. Okay, my father has told me no, because अपने को आर्म्स का धंधा नहीं करना, मौत का सौदागर नहीं बनना, इसलिए नहीं कर पाऊंगा.
So what was it in your conscience that said no? I mean, you're a businessman.
It was both. Actually, what I said was also a reality. That, yeah, we can make money, but why to make money by killing people? Or why to have the arms business? There are many businesses you could do.
Sure, and he spent all his life making money out of making people laugh.
Yeah.
Much better way to do so.
I think so. Entertaining people is a better thing to do than doing arms deals, I guess.
But tell me, you're being far more discreet in your talk today than you are in the book. You've mentioned names there, which are, which are going to create new stories for Z and for everyone else. You've actually mentioned in specific detail. There is a very famous associate of Mrs. Indira Gandhi called Dhirendra Brahmachari. I wonder how many would remember his name, but he was a yoga instructor and very close and became a sort of middleman. Tell us about Dhirendra Brahmachari and his influence on Delhi's power circles at a very significant time in our history.
Well, see, a friend of mine during just a meeting told me that because I was in food grain business, grain activities, we used to supply to the army the food grains. So a friend of mine told me that rice export to Russia is a very good business and lot of money in it. So I asked few questions, but he said he won't answer, but he said you will not be able to imagine that much money would be there in this. But for this you need really very, very high level approach. It won't be possible at the level of, let's say, the trade was being controlled by the Commerce Ministry that time. They said, no, it won't be possible at the level of Commerce Minister to help you. And Russians will not entertain you because they have their own sources of supplies. So you need somebody above the Commerce Minister. I said, above Commerce Minister it is only Prime Minister. Who else? Yes, somewhere there. And somehow it took me about 8 months, 9 months before we could reach. Somebody told me that Dhirendra Brahmachari can bring you anything. And I reached there and he really was helpful and he got us the first deal of rice from Russians, certainly.
And what was the quid pro quo?
Why don't you read? You have read the book. Why don't you tell the house?
To learn about the quid pro quo will cost you how much? What is the price?
600.
699 rupees. But I'll tell you, it's money very well worth spent. Money very worth spent. But, to come to the larger issue, even if you move around outside personalities, and I'm asking a question, I think, on behalf of the audience. Is business in our country possible without corruption?
I think so, it is possible. And I would say that, okay, this transaction which we did of rice, and I really made a lot of money in 4 or 5 years' time. But it was cross-border deal, and I don't know how they were doing it, but I think within India, if you want to do business, you can do business without any corruption, if it is a straight business. If you need to do hera-feri, you want to make quick money with shortcuts, then certainly you will have to share the money with the others.
I find one thing...
You heard yesterday, one of the cabinet ministers of Government of India, and I am friends with him now more than 14 years. He was ex-Chief Minister of Goa, and now he is Defence Minister of Government of India. But I have kept my friendship but never gone to him. Many of them are there. In this government, previous government, Congress government, never went to people for asking for business deal transaction, because my companies do business directly, straight. They participate in the bidding process. They get or they don't get it.
Yes, that was Mannohar Parrikar, who I believe is an absolutely honest politician, and I think I can say that without hesitation. He was very categorical about what he said. The interesting part that I find is that because you did business along in a certain way, you went through a lot of pain. The success that you see did not come easily, and there were moments of deep depression, sleepless nights. What sort of temperament is required when you are taking a risk and really almost put your whole bank balance on the roulette table?
Even after buying or borrowing also. Not only your own, but also borrowing.
Right. So what exactly does you go through? Is it a high that comes out of the risk-taking instinct, or what is it that motivates you?
To create something new, to do something different which has not been done in the country is what motivates and what gives me a kick. And basically, if I am convinced, if I am having conviction about doing some business, some activity, some action, once I am having conviction, I will go whole hog for it. Then I will trust not only myself, I will trust the business, I will do it with passion, with full passion. Otherwise, you cannot do something which you are doing for the first time.
Now, you've known just about every businessman of your generation, on a very personal level. Does money make you arrogant?
It can, it can. But I have evaded that telephone number. I have not dialed it.
Who is more arrogant, the tycoon or the politician?
What do you want me to say now? Both are equally, because they both rely on each other.
Anyway, in essence, it seems to me that you've had, although you've had your difficulties with various governments, including, there will be some surprises there too in the book. But your really problem has been with other businessmen who have gone after you. And the book ends on, I thought, would be a very anguished note. The chapter on Naveen Jindal. He's a, present businessman, very big, he owns whatever, steel and God knows what else. But it seems to me a very display of fairly vicious anger. Can you just tell us a little about Naveen Jindal?
Yeah. What to tell about him?
And precisely how he behaved when he wanted to do a story.
He was and he is like my younger brother. But when you are, you rightly asked me that question, that when the success and the money has got few impacts on the human mind. One is like, if you get more money, you become more humble. Like a tree, when a tree has got more fruits on it, it goes down. Or you have an impact on it that makes you too arrogant. And that's what...
is that what has happened with Naveen Jindal?
This is what happened with Naveen Jindal. And Zee News is known for its being truthful. They reported, like everybody else reported, the scam in the coal, which has brought, God knows, I guess more than 700,000 crores to the government of India and to the state government. Just, I would say that single-handedly Zee News can take credit of it.
For exposing the whole coal
For
scam.
exposing and continuing the whole
In which
scam.
the country lost 700,000 crores.
Yes, sir.
Now grapple with that figure. Because 700,000 crores would come to what percent of the,
I would say that it's almost 20% of the national budget.
No, more.
Maybe more.
Yeah. Big more. That's the kind of, this is one deal.
And then, on top of that, when it was exposed, he hit one of our correspondents in one of the meetings. He threw away his camera, broken his camera, and became very arrogant. And that's when the journalist fraternity, they told me, the 10 of them came to me and said, we are all going to resign unless you give us free hand to go after him, because this is what he has done. I said, yes, you have to, there is no choice. And of course, I had to pay price, because for the first time in 48 years of my business career, he filed a FIR, which was lodged, which was received by the Delhi police, obviously under the political influence of that time. FIR was lodged on 2nd October in the night, on a holiday at the night at 11:30 p.m. without any inquiry, without anything. So that's the price.
No, what happened?
Nothing, because...
at the 11:30 when the police came, did they want to arrest you?
No. They didn't come to me or anything. We came to know after seven days that the FIR had been lodged, that we were trying to extort money from Mr. Naveen Jindal.
Yeah, that's it. Now, there is also the mention of how a particular businessman, well, in this case Jindal, tried to bribe your correspondents. Is that true?
That is where the whole story started. He first tried to bribe my editor, and when he refused to take bribe, he then resorted to manhandling. And the power that be at that time, they supported him, and they said, this channel is the only one who is exposing all of our scams. Because in that year there were at least 10 or dozen of scams we exposed of that government. They said if we can shut him down, then the whole media will shut up. And actually it happened. For 1 week, none of the media was talking about any scam or anything about coal or anything once this FIR was lodged. So every other media owner got scared.
Doesn't libel law worry you? You're saying all this public...
Ultimately the honesty will prevail. When the matter went to the trial court, the trial court threw it out that there is no cases made out of it. And that's where it is. Nothing has been And if there was any substance in it, they should have filed charge sheet and they should have tried me out.
Well, there are some very interesting episodes of confrontations, including with other businessmen, big names, iconic names in our industry. Mukesh Ambani. What is your memory of your... Again, you said something?
Yeah, very clear. Very clearly, it was Dhirubhai Ambani, not Mukesh Ambani that time. And basically, I will tell first the audience here that if you are following certain principle in life, be prepared to pay some price out of it. Because a principle that once a friend, always a friend can cost you dearly, and that is what happened with me. In Mumbai city, I had a very close friend, like my younger brother, Mukesh Patel.
Yeah. He passed away.
He passed away untimely. And he was running a school where almost 30,000 children were studying that time. And the Ambani, one of the Ambani Bahus wanted to take over that school. So Mukesh Ambani, though was a small businessman, no comparison. Mukesh Patel, I beg your pardon. No comparison with Ambani's, but he decided to take them on. And so he went after them, he recorded some of their illegal activities. He came to me that I should run it on Zee News. I did try, I said, no, I'm not going to run it. Why don't you compromise? Because nothing is going to happen. Even if we run it, they will not be, the system is totally, completely under their control, and nothing will happen. So why do you want to do this? I avoided him for 2 weeks, but he's one day 6 o'clock in the morning came and emotionally blackmailed and said that, oh, is that the friendship means? So I ran that, and that costed me $3 billion.
Cost you?
Costed me. How? Because they hammered the stock in the stock market, and we lost $3 billion that time.
I was actually going to come to that. Here you are on a paper, billionaire, heaven knows I know how much. And in a year's time, you lost 80% of your value?
Yeah, we did.
80% of your stock value was lost. Combination, perhaps there might be...
Combination of the other market reality also.
So how do you feel when you lose 80% of your...
Well...
Any sense of despair?
No. It hurts, but I never, looking back, it doesn't, I don't have regrets. I did what I felt right. I mean, once a friend, always a friend, no matter what happens.
All right, those of you who aren't friends of Subhash Chandra, please send in your applications. Other very interesting personalities. Rupert Murdoch. Give us a glimpse of what Rupert Murdoch wanted to do in India, what happened.
Well, I hope Krishan don't lose his job, because the publisher is owned by Mr. Murdoch now, who is publishing.
Yeah, HarperCollins is a Rupert Murdoch company.
Naturally, Mr. Murdoch, I admire him. I mean, I admire him, I respect him, because he is also a very determined individual. Whatever he decides to do, he does it. He goes for it, no matter what happens. And his business model is naturally to dominate the media in any country he operates. And In India, he entered through partnership with us. It was an equal partnership. I was certainly warned by the international industry people that you are going to dance with the devil. Are you ready for it? But I think... Welcome. Thank you. So, but he then offered me to buy out, and I refused to sell because I felt that media business for India is not only a simply business. I think, I have seen the days when first Zee was launched. Vallabh knows about that. We still have in our warehouse the letters. Those time in 1991, people used to write through the postcards and things like that. Email was just beginning. We have tons of them. And people have written with their blood a letter about Zee. They took the ownership of Zee with them. If we would do something wrong, next morning we will have, a third day we will have at least 2,000 letters that why did you do this on that day? That kind of ownership was there. So when Mr. Murdoch offered me to buy out, and money was not small. It was in 97, he offered me 50,000 crores to buy out my 50%, close to that kind of number. But I said, no, India is not for sale.
There you are. There in essence you have the man. He's content with 17,000 crores and refused 50,000. Put that in, it's a comparative fact. The interesting thing, I think the audience will really love to know. I mean, everyone knows about Kaun Banega Crorepati, right? That show was offered to you first, wasn't it?
Yeah, to our company.
Why didn't you take it? It is the biggest success, I think, in Indian television, and you turned it down.
Not me, it is professional management was there that time, and they decided in their wisdom not to take it. There is nothing right or wrong. Now it is sounding wrong because it was successful, so that's okay.
But the managing director who didn't take it lost his job.
Yes, he did.
No. What intrigues me, and I have to ask this, our friendship is strong enough to bear these questions.
Yes.
But what intrigues me is that for all the reputation that tycoons have, can a managing director take such a decision without consulting you?
I think my colleagues will vouch for it. A lot of decisions they do take, but at times, if I come to know that there is some wrong decision happening, I do intervene. There is no question about it.
Now a little bit, how much time do you have left, Krishnan? What's
20 minutes.
Good. So this is the time I think we need to take a break, bring in Mr. Bhansali also into it, because there is a very fascinating personal life behind the business story. And if perhaps the central fact of his personal life is a discipline called Vipassana. And I don't know if anyone knows how devoted Subhash is to Vipassana. Would you like to talk about it? And I know you would also like to talk about it. Sure. So why don't you, aap kahein, and then we'll take it on.
Well, Vipassana is
I think the kids personally should know about it.
Yes, a form of meditation as taught by Gautama the Buddha. And I got it from my Reverend teacher S.N. Goenka in 1990, and since then I am practicing it. In between there was a 2-year gap, I would say, but that keeps me quite well, I wouldn't say completely equanimous, but I try to be equanimous. And that's what this first step of Vipassana meditation is. Of course, Vallabhbhai is more advanced than me in this.
No, just before that, tell them 30 days of silence.
Yes, 30 days.
Think about it.
30 days of not only silence, but there is no phone, there is no television, no newspaper. Actually, when you are in that place, you talk to only your teacher, and with other inmates and who are also in meditation. Normally, you are not supposed to even make the eye contact. So that's we call it as Arya Mon, is the word we use.
Now, what is the experience like?
It's very interesting that over my 60-year plus existence, I came to realize that whenever we are dealing with anybody, actually you are dealing with yourself. And this self, you know very little about. And Vipassana gives you a chance to examine what this self is. And of course, since very few people even know how to begin to know oneself, it's not easy, so it makes some effort to start doing it. But those who are able to get to the level where you start understanding yourself, your mental makeup, your physical makeup, your intellectual makeup, you can imagine the power, the peace, the facility that one gets. And having experienced this, it is 10 days, 20 days, 30 days of, these rules are actually just sounding very daunting to those who have not come into it. But I think we take to it very, very easily. And we all long to go back for longer courses. So it's extremely liberating, enlightening.
It certainly sounds daunting to me. I can't think of a journalist who will keep silent for 15 seconds. Let alone 30 days. Why don't you send some of your journalists on this course?
Well, we have a rule in our group that anybody going for Vipassana is treated on job.
As part of his...
Yes, and a lot of people are going.
Yeah. I end up with silent news half an hour.
Mahatma Gandhi, I'm sure you're aware, and if you're not, you should be. Every week on Mondays, he would observe complete silence. He would not talk to anyone. Even when he was negotiating with the British, negotiating with Lord Irwin, and if the talks they were continuing on a Monday, he would answer through a written chit. In writing, he would not talk. And remember, pardon this intrusion, but I remember when he first came to India after South Africa, and he was exploring and trying to find out what to do. And Gopal Krishna Gokhale told him that if you want to understand this country, keep quiet for 1 year. Keep your mouth shut for 1 year and keep your eyes open. It's very good recipe for people in politics. So, but, would you like to say something? Because I find this, do you think of yourself as a Buddhist?
No, Buddha never told any ism, actually. He simply said that being dharmic is real, being a real human being. And he was against any ism, actually. So, I don't consider myself Buddhist or any this thing. So.
True, a valid point to be made that Buddha himself was not a Buddhist.
Yeah, that's right.
Would you like to ask something, one, from Subhash, and number two, your memories of the earliest days of Z, and, how he went through that phase of his life?
So let me, my first memory of Subhash Chandra goes back to the early 80s, 83, 84, when SL packaging issue was launched and we mobilized a whole lot of money. I remember 40% of the IPO was procured by us. We were so excited about this new technology. And for years nothing was happening in the company. And in 1989, there was a right issue, and we decided to underwrite, and the rest is history. But no, but explain that history, because I don't think there is awareness. Sure. So SL Group was still very small group at that point of time, and
this was our first industrial venture.
And they had thought that they will get big boys like Hindustan Lever and Colgate as their customers, and they went back on it. They made good. They wanted the company to come up because they had the option that way, but they never started buying. And there were loans on the books. But when I noticed, in 87, 88, that somehow this company was keeping its loan payments going. And this was because profits of other companies in the group, they were diverted to this company, and I was extremely impressed. I said, someone showing this kind of commitment in India of that time was not common. And though they were unknown, and let me tell you another story about that time. When he went public, that time his family surname was Goenka, the rest of the family still says Goenka. And there were other industrialists in the name of Goenka who said, oh, who is this man trying to masquerade as Goenka? And something which is very typical of Subhash Chandra that you need to know is how he became Subhash Chandra. That we had that Mandal Commission issue in the country, and we were trying to create the whole big communal atmosphere. That's when he decided that as it is people are objecting to Goenka surname as if I'm trying to masquerade as someone else, plus this whole, communal or my caste should be known by my surname. He went to the extent of changing his name forever to Subhash Chandra. So that's his passion and commitment. So his commitment to the company attracted my attention, and we decided to underwrite the right issue. And there were a few million rupees that time, some 50, 60 lakhs. And so the company started, and we developed a great fondness for each other that I didn't go by the formality, I just went by the man and his commitment. And then we did SL World. We tried to raise money for SL World, but that didn't happen in the manner that we thought. And then came ZTV. When this whole ZTV proposal came, obviously they were a very small fry, Times of India and other big boys were there. And I knew that there was no money. But he said, Vallabhbhai karna hai. And we said, chalo karna hai. And that was extraordinary determination at a point of time to get into a business about which he knew little, the country knew extremely little, and the big boys thought that it is impossible that anybody else except them could do it. And we had a lot of legal difficulties because a company in India could not launch it, and there was no law. There was no law that permitted.
No, law was there, but according to that, reception of television signal from any foreign land or a foreign satellite was illegal.
That's what
very specific.
And therefore, we had somebody trying to beam through Russian satellite, and some kind of cable TV, etc. was available. But he saw the opportunity, we saw the opportunity that if something can happen, this will be extraordinary. And this meant that we had to create companies abroad, get foreigners to raise money, to give us money at a point of time when he was hardly known. And all that got done with his passion and our passion. And we had the best of investors started to look at it. And the book is, of course, a fascinating account of what all he had to go through. And I literally saw Subhash Chandra blossom from the Haryana boy to talk to all these very sophisticated media people. That was the first private equity of its kind raised in the country, that Asia Today, the company that got created.
Which had the advertising rights.
That's right. And then we had Sir Jimmy Goldsmith. Jimmy Goldsmith was a very, very big boy of the world at that point of time.
Let me introduce Jimmy Goldsmith. He is the father of somebody you should all be familiar with, Imran Khan's wife, Jemima.
Yeah, Jemima is his daughter. So we were able to get to the most sophisticated people, and in no time, my friend was able to start leveling with them. And so that was the extraordinary part. The other part, even the book that does not bring out probably in as much detail, is that how visionary in the very early days. Later on, of course, he became a big champion trying to, evangelize the whole country, MPs and so on. But even at that point of time, he decided that, no, Vallabh, we have to control the distribution. We must create a company like City Cable, etc. So it's extremely difficult to visualize that someone who came into a complex business like media and how he took to it like fish to water. And he could visualize completely over the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years as to what will be necessary. And he took all the steps, whether it was the business part, the news part, the distribution part, and distribution of every kind, in the sky, in the ground, DTH, etc. So it's been absolutely fascinating, walking the journey.
What it is essentially, I'll sum it up. He actually created an industry which didn't exist.
I think that's the way to put it.
He's a pioneer. He, like Jamshed Tata, created the steel industry, which did not exist before him. He actually created a television industry which nobody...
employs 4 million people.
Yeah. Absolutely nobody, and I was, I'd been in media for a long while. It's not that the big boys are status quoists in any industry, anywhere. And that's always the danger, of course, of becoming a big boy, and I think Z is now a big boy. So the danger is to avoid...
To become complacent.
Just status quoists.
And status quo.
Right, even if you're not complacent.
One other difference that I've seen is that I haven't seen any other media magnate commit serious money to a new venture in the company. They always depended on their cash flows and maybe divert a part of that. Here was a man who was ready to take any kind of bet to get into a new area. So it was not only that he visualized, but the kind of risk he took is unknown to media.
So from the money man perspective, this is one of the things that we've addressed before, Subhash and risk. I mean, all businesses are risk averse. I mean, that is the kind of thing that you recommend to businessmen before you put your money in their pockets.
Yes,
or at least in the hands, then they put it into their pockets.
I would say yes and no, that, people who know NM Securities, we have backed, I think, hundreds of businessmen in this country. He, of course, takes the cake because not every time he wanted to enter a new field, he took extreme risk. A number of times that, we tried to raise money for Agrani, and so I think he was unique in the sense that he took great risk almost every time. But there are other people who have taken that kind of risk.
I think this is the perfect moment to ask him, to ask Subhash Chandra, is there still a future which excites you as much as it excited you in 1992? Or has your life, in your sense, come to a pause and you're going to reap the harvest of all that effort?
I don't think I'll be ever able to do that. No, but I see a great future for us as our group as well as for the country.
No, I'm talking about yourself now. Yeah. I mean, the group is not being looked after your sons, don't interfere.
Yeah, okay, I got it. Yes. So for myself also, I see lots of things because there are better things to do in life than just making money.
So name two.
And even,
name two.
Name two. I would say that I have told my team, they are working very, very diligently, that people are talking, making smart city. I said, let's make smart villages in India.
Nice idea.
So,
nice idea.
That's one thing which is close passion of mine at the moment. And the other is that I want to propagate our ancient medicine, which is Ayurveda, nature cure, yogic sciences. Globally, I want to popularize that in a big way.
I must take you to the village I have adopted as a member of parliament.
Yes.
It's a tribal village in Gumla, which is now the most Naxal-prone area. Nobody actually goes there. Even if you ask private companies to do work there, they don't go. They don't pick up the tender. And this week, actually I'm very happy, for the first time in history they've got electricity.
Yeah, good.
Just by putting in effort. They're going to get little water. But that is the kind of place which should become the smart city of the future.
We should. That is where.
That is where the challenge is.
I think that if we can make about 25% of our villages smart in the sense that they have hygienic way of living, healthy life, and little bit better education. Only these things with some electricity, health facilities, and total clean sanitation and all those things. That is where I think that is a smart city. It's not that the connect or internet and that kind of thing will make. Internet is coming anyway. That is a icing on the cake. But once we can make 30% of those villages self-sufficient in this sense, I think our GDP growth can be additional 3%.
Yeah, easily. Now, the Subhash Chandra, the individual, you have been actually very honest in your book, startlingly honest about your life as a childhood, in your childhood, and shall I mention housing?
Yeah, you can.
It's very candid exposition of him and, growing up and so on. So why don't you let us know where exactly you would like to be when your next book is launched as a human being, which is probably going to be called My Journey as the Right Man at the Wrong Time.
Well, let's see. Well, I think I would continue to work. Whatever I do, I'll do with passion, and I hope that before you see my next book, we would have at least 20 to 50 villages which would be known to be smart and self-sufficient.
Absolutely. Yes, great. Now, yesterday
the audience can ask the question.
It's a good idea. How much time do we have?
Yeah, 5 minutes or so.
Oh, apologies. Yeah. Why don't we get some, let's ask from here first. No, I'd like a young lady to come. You're first.
Sir, my name is Khushbu and I'm from Presidency School, Ajmer. Sir, you said that if you follow some principle, you have to be ready to pay a price. So what was your principle you followed?
Yeah, to keep a friendship intact. In the friendship you don't, you do things once a friend wants you to do without worrying about the consequences. And consequences can be damaging. You have to be prepared. That is what I meant.
Yeah. You asked earlier.
Hello Subhash sir, this is Zankrut Oza. I'm a professor at Management College. Sir, in last decade you faced a lot of business problems with policies and other things. And it was seriously a decade of destruction, or I will say a decay. What kept you moving and how did you move in that tough times against all odds, against the last government?
See, there are two things which kept me. One is Vipassana obviously helps a great deal, because when something is going wrong with you, the moment you accept it, that is the moment you will start fighting with yourself, once you accept the reality. That is one. And secondly, once you have accepted the reality, you try to correct that situation what you are in, and not think of what happens if tomorrow this will not happen, that will not happen. As our Guruji used to tell us that भूतकाल व्याकुल करे या भविष्य भरमाए, वर्तमान में जो जिए तो जीना आ जाए.
Right. Yes. The gentleman here.
How long you do the Vipassana and I think it is very difficult. I have attended 10 days course. I'm Sridhar Sharma from newspaper Seema Sandesh, Shri Ganganagar.
Well, I'm supposed to do every day 2 hours, but I'm able to do at least 1 hour every day. And then once a year I go for a longer session where it could be 10 days, it could be more than that.
The young man there, you've been keeping your hand up. Just ask the question. No, sorry, behind you, sir.
Hello, sir. Sir, being one of the largest media and entertainment houses, what would you say is some of the current challenges that your industry, this industry in general is facing, and how has Zee been coping with them?
Well, this industry is a very dynamic industry, and the technological changes are taking place almost every minute. So that is the challenge for us, to keep our people on track with those and adopting to those. So because many times we as human beings, we don't like changes. But at the same time, I think more than challenges, there are more opportunities. I see more opportunities than challenges.
Right, the young lady here, yep.
Hello sir, this is Richa from KMCDU. Sir, yesterday I got to know that currently you are running 52,000 Ekal Vidyalay. So can you tell us about something, what is Ekal Vidyalay and all?
Yeah, good question.
He told me 2 things, so that's why I stopped there. Ekal Vidyalaya is a foundation which is I am also associated with. It is a single teacher school being run in the Adivasi and rural remote areas of the country. And we are currently at the level of 52,000 schools. But simultaneously we are now concentrating on those villages to make those villages even health as well as livelihood. Those 2 things also we have added other than education. So, but our dream is to go to about 100,000 villages with Ekal movement in next 5 to 7 years, 10 years.
Right at the back, please. Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Avni. Sir, you just said that you follow the principle of once a friend and forever a friend. I wanted to know that even after facing consequences, did you ever want to give up? And if not, what kept you going?
Did I ever?
Did you ever want to give up when you felt betrayed?
No,
What kept you
no.
What kept you going?
Because what kept me going is what is my principle, is what helps you. The determination which is there, that helps you. And because we also believe in the theory of karma. Maybe it was to happen this way. So why worry? Let's accept the reality and keep on going.
Okay.
We showed BCCI a gold mine by starting the ICL.
Good question.
Sir, would you say that Zee showed a gold mine to the BCCI by starting or launching ICL?
What is your question?
Did you alert BCCI the way by launching your India Cricket League?
Yeah, of course they got it and they did it successfully. Now IPL is successful because of ICL.
All right, one last question I think. Is that shutters? The last there, right there please. No, there. Young man there.
Sir, good afternoon. This is Ayush Saxena and I am from St. Xavier's School. Sir, in this era of startups and in this era where the youth of the country is intending to take more risks, do you think that e-commerce is the only quicker way to achieve success? And I have one more question also, sir.
No,
just that, please.
Okay.
We are already
startup is not equivalent to e-commerce. There are many things in this startup, and startups in this country are going to grow manifold in times to come.
Right. Thank you very much. That's a perfect way to end up.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you both.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Please join me in thanking Subhash Chandra, Vallabh Bansali, MJ Akbar and Krishna Chopra. This session was presented by AU Financiers. And the author will be signing books. The book signing area is at your far left corner here at the Rajnigandha Silver Pearls front lawn. So if you would like to pick up a copy of the book, please go to the Full Circle bookstore and the author will be there to sign your copy right away. Now I know you must be getting hungry. It's lunchtime. We're so lucky that the sun has come out for us. But we are continuing here. There's another event in 15 minutes. That's a book launch. Paresh Mehti, A World of Colors. That book is by Sushma K. Bal, and it will be launching here at 1:40 p.m. There are two other events programmed as well during the lunch break. In the Charbagh, there's a session called The Kalam of Shah Abdul Latif. Guests are Sufi Munawar Lagari and Hassan Mujtaba in conversation with Rita Kotari, and that session is presented by Dainik Bhaskar. Also in the Google Mogul tent, a foodie event. That's a book launch, the Indian Accent Restaurant Cookbook. That's by Manish Mehrotra with photographs by Rohit Chola, and it's released by Shobha Day. Here at the Rajnigandha Silver Pearls front lawns, we will be launching the book Paresh Mehti, A World of Colors. That's going on in 15 minutes.
सपना है कि पहिए 3 से 4 हो जाए। सपना है कि एक दिन किराए का झंझट खत्म हो और घर अपना हो जाए। सपना है कि श्रीमती जी की सिलाई मशीन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट बन जाए। अब सपनों को सच करना है तो जरूरत है सच्चे साथी। AU फाइनेंसर्स आसान लोन के साथ अपने सपने को भरने दीजिए ऊंची उड़ान।
प्रियंका चोपड़ा जो दिखाई देती है वो है नहीं, नाम बड़ा पर दिल छोटा सा, अकड़ इतनी कि इंसान को इंसान न समझे, सेल्फिश कहीं, सेल्फ सेंटर्ड एरोगेंट। अरे हीरोइन होगी अपने घर की, दिल में दया नहीं, मुंह में दो मीठे बोल नहीं, क्या फायदा नाम और शोहरत का, पहले अच्छी इंसान तो बने। लोग तो कुछ भी कहेंगे, पर मेरे लिए अच्छाई की सच्चाई कुछ और है।
दिल बड़ा तू बड़ा, दिल बड़ा।
रजनीगंधा सिल्वर पर्ल्स, सिल्वर कोटेड इलायची, अच्छाई की एक अलग चमक होती है।
राह गलिया डगर, गांव नगरिया शहर,
राह गलिया डगर, गाँव नगरिया शहर,
आसमां छूने चला है इंडिया, आसमां छूने चला है इंडिया।
दिन हो या शाम या सहर, स्वच्छता है एक लहर। दिन हो या शाम या सहर, स्वच्छता है एक लहर।
ये लहर उठा चुका है इंडिया, फैसला ये कर चुका है इंडिया। बनेगा 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 स्वच्छ इंडिया, बनेगा बनेगा स्वच्छ इंडिया।
बीमारियों को देश मेरा छोड़ना होगा, कोना कोना स्वच्छता से जोड़ना होगा। स्वच्छता से इंडिया जगमगाएगा, विश्व सारा इंडिया के गीत गाएगा। बेटियां स्कूल में गुनगुनाएंगी, आशा की सुबह हसन मुस्कुराएंगी। बेटियां स्कूल में गुनगुनाएंगी, आशा की सुबह के साथ मुस्कुराएंगी। यहाँ वहाँ इधर उधर जहाँ भी जाएगी नजर, कह रहा है ये सफर स्वच्छता का रंग भर।
This book and do all the research involved and connected with this significant collection. Well, I think the book represents two things. It, of course, represents the artist's creativity, but it also reflects the collector's fascination with his art and their bond with the artist. And writing and putting this book together took us about 2 years. Well, the problem was, while I was in Delhi, Anita was shuttling between UK and India, and Paresh is a globetrotter, as many of you know, so he was always on the move. Finally, we did manage to get together and had several meetings, numerous discussions, and some formal, others informal. And we also spoke to many of his friends and family members just to fathom the sources from where his work comes and what his work connects with. Well, the collectors and the artists met first time, maybe I will leave that to you to speak a bit later, but in the 1990s, and you know, it's grown very firmly and strongly since then. The series featured in the book, I should just mention very briefly, includes a large body of paintings on Venice, Kerala series, Shesh Lekha based on Tagore's poems that he had created, which were showcased at the National Gallery. And there are picturesque views of Varanasi and its ghats. There is oriental landscape figured in the paintings, figuring cherry blossoms that he saw when on a visit to Japan, besides mystic light of Sweden and Norway. There are about 250 paintings in the collection of the Stellar International Art Foundation, besides several works in their personal collection, including a series of very amazing vintage cars that Paresh painted for the family some years ago. Now, a few more words about the artist, who's hailed as the Turner of India, no less. Turner of India. And this is because of his amazing watercolors, and he's also hailed as the Merchant of Venice because of his love for the fascination for the city of romance, watercolors, and of course beauty. Well, the other good thing, interesting thing about Paresh's work is that his art can be found anywhere and everywhere, be it the homes, offices, museums, public spaces, even menu cards and trophies. And he tells me that he loves traveling because his work is from heart to hand to canvas as he travels around. Wow. Well, Paresh's journey began as a child, helping his mother make terracotta figurines with his deft little hands. And after schooling, he did his graduation from the College of Art in Kolkata and then masters at Delhi. Well, you know, he's been quite lucky also. Not just in finding the Chaudhary family or the Chaudhary family finding him, but also his first assignment was for 4 paintings for Oberoi in Bangalore.
Yes, yes.
And the way he got this assignment was because, of course, the excellence of his work, but also because M.F. Hussain, who was first considered for that assignment, quoted a very high price. And Paresh was then asked to do it, and he did it so well that he's never had to look back since then. Well, he's a meticulous and conscientious person and a seeker, and loves exploring and working in diverse media. He's done landscape, still life, narrative, abstract work. Of course, he's a master of watercolors, but also works in oils and mixed media. He works on canvas, handmade paper, and board. His art though is rooted in the soil that he comes from, but it is also open to the worldview. That's what makes his work, you know, very accessible and pleasurable, and it extends beyond the 2-dimensionality to 3-dimensionality, to installations, films and photography. Well, I think his compositions are also beautiful because of the colors, because of the poetics, the beauty, the joy, and the finesse and the sensuousness that they include. And they appear in a mix of impressions of the Bengal school, folklore, and contemporary reality with a touch of the classical. And those of you who would like to see the works, the book is here for you to come and see it at the end. His scale is always large. Although Paresh has done some excellent paintings in small size as well, he prefers working in large size, and his art is normally, actually he likes to be non-confrontational in his art. And I think before I invite my other panelists to speak, I'll just like to read just a very short excerpt from the book. There are remarkable depictions of the rivers and the waters with rickety boats that he used to travel in to go across to the other side. The flickering lantern that enabled him to study at night, the industrious ants that sheared the mud floor on which he rested, and the temple bells that his mother rang while playing every morning. All these feature in his paintings and colossal landscapes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
very much.
I think we haven't finished because I must ask you both some questions. May I start with you, Anita?
Yes.
I would like to ask you, what did you find so special about Paresh's work, and when did you start collecting?
I think it was Paresh's artwork and his personality together which made it a collectible item. We didn't stop at one or two paintings. It was always, especially it's my husband's idea that we should buy a full series. So even if there were 10 or 20 paintings in a collection, we always bought. And also it's good for the artist, and he realized himself and he appreciated the fact that instead of breaking up the collection, it's better that it's homed and housed in one residence and in one foundation. And of course, as you know, that we are planning to make a museum and be able to home and let the public see art which you know you don't get to see it all together unless it's a sale or it's a exhibition of some sort.
I think this is really good that you bought the whole series, because this is one great pity that artist's work gets dispersed. Of course, it gives pleasure to a lot more people, but when you set up the museum, it'll be open and accessible to a wide audience. I think this is wonderful, really good. So we must thank you for that. Yeah, but also I wonder, you know, you collected a lot of it with a great deal of love and care, individual pieces, series. So what prompted you to set up this foundation and give up so much of your personal wealth and treasure into a public kind of organization?
I think that the best thing that the foundation could do was to give it legibility, to document all the artwork. It got properly documented, filed, and it also is stored properly, which storage is a big problem. Artwork gets destroyed so quickly if you don't look after it with the weather conditions and transportation. So of course we had to put in a small fund which would take care of all the transports, the couriers, the shipments, the insurances. So everything is insured now. And we had to do it when it is such a vast collection, because the foundation has over 1,000 paintings in its collection.
Okay, thank you. And what, you know, I mean, there are 3-4 other books on Paresh, which are all very, very good books. So what prompted you to do another big book? And, you know, it's quite a lot of work, expense, effort, So what prompted that, and what pleasure did it give you?
I think it starts from our basic fondness and appreciation of Paresh and his work, and we love every piece of art that we own, and the best thing to do was to put it into, it's a private circulation book, it's not for sale, and just to share it with people, otherwise it's lying in storage, some on the walls, and like this, public and places and museums and professors, they can all actually have a good look at the book.
Well, this is wonderful, and it's really good to have this large work documented and reproduced in these excellent, paintings in excellent form in this book. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Paresh, we want to hear from you, from the horse's mouth. What has your experience been of working on these series and working with the collectors?
The journey for this book started 1990, quarter century back. I came to Delhi to study my post-graduation, and their relative has a very well-known art gallery in Delhi. I exhibited there. One day she took me to their farm, and suddenly I saw about 35 vintage cars. They were so hypnotic, I could not believe. And I said, I want to paint them. And they said, Anita and her husband said, will you really paint them? I said, yes. I said, every Sunday when I have a holiday, I will come and paint. They asked me how much it is. I said, that you better talk to the gallery. I am the artist. I am not the businessman. And that was 1,000 rupees per watercolor, large full sheet watercolor. So the journey began with the 4 wheels, the car painting, which is there in the front of this book. Then I documented all the cars and the journey of their, also collection of their journey started. But to create this book, they have been telling me not last 2 years, many years, when are you, doing our book? When are you doing our book? And as usual, I found much more interesting to create a painting, to create a book. I was thinking, how to waste, because anything I feel that to do except my art, that is not my job. But finally, really I'm very, very happy that Anita and her family took too much interest, and we really chased them that to give us this, give us writing. Not me more, it was Sushma ji, and she was also middle of somewhere, I am God knows somewhere else, middle of the desert maybe painting. But if I want to know this painting, when did you do, where is, all this. It was so tough and it was so difficult, but really a lot of research oriented, work she has done. Thank you very much, Sushma ji, and thank you very much, Anita and Stellar International Art Foundation, to put together this book. And of course, we took a lot of time, but finally it came up. The problem with me, I believe in tortoise, so it takes time, but it comes ultimately.
Thank you, Paresh. I think we just have time for a couple of questions if there are any. Maybe you all know his work so well that there aren't any, but if there are...
Excuse me, I wanted to tell one thing.
Yes.
That when you have mentioned that one of my first work, that I got, that M.A. Hussain, couldn't get. We were very close.
Yes.
I got it because of the person who is sitting here in front, the Neelam Khanna.
Oh, how nice.
Yes.
Thank you.
Because
Neelam.
of her.
Thank you, thank you.
And she was the Oberoi's main person. So she said, you know, here is this artist.
Wonderful, wonderful. Really good. Good to have you there.
Thank you very much, Neelam.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Any questions? Do we have any questions or none? I think straightforward. Koi nahi hai na? Okay.
If there is no question, I will ask some questions.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, we have a question from the stage.
Panditji, not very difficult questions.
Do you see in a painting and musical notes?
It has a deep rooted connection.
Yes.
जैसे दूध होता ना, दूध से पनीर, पनीर से माखन, माखन से cheese. It is all interconnected. And by the way, I listen to your music also all the time.
Really?
Yes. I'm very fond of your music.
Oh, really?
And I love instrumental, Indian instrumental, classical music.
Yeah.
So I had no idea that you will be, you know, here. When I met you yesterday, my eyes were sparkling. Yesterday I could have been in Singapore because the international exhibition is there. But I said my, you know, day is done. The bridge is met.
Because sometimes I feel that we have 7 notes, musical notes, and I saw 7 colors in your painting. So I think you must be connected with music while you do you play some music?
All the time.
At the background?
All the time.
All the time?
Any time, wherever I travel.
You do some painting and then music
it travels with me.
Yes. That is it.
And always my bags are excess baggage.
That is, I think, a wonderful thing, because music can give you that kind of concentration for what you are doing, and it has the power to take you in a trance.
Yeah, it enlightens.
And enlightens the atmosphere.
Our mind.
The vibration.
When it comes to hand, to paper or canvas.
The positivity starts when you have good music in background, and then you do whatever creativity you want to do. Thank you very much for your answer.
Thank you, Panditji. Thank you very much.
I think it's a very happy note to end it on. Music and visual art, they both support each other, and we are very happy to have both of them here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much to the guests, and we wish you all the best success with the book. The next session here at the Rajnigandha Silver Pearls front lawn will be the Minor Adjustment Beauty Salon, celebrating Alexander McCall Smith. That session will begin at 2:30, so we have a little break in between. Please do come back and join us then.